Good morning, everyone. I'm going to count down from 5 in order to turn on the live stream. After the countdown, we can begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The House Committee on the Judiciary will come to order. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on oversight of the Department of Justice National Security Division. Before we begin, I'd like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our hearing today. If you'd like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as we can. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. The National Security Division, or NSD, was established within the Department of Justice in 2006 with the purpose of creating a center for intelligence, national security, and counterterrorism that would streamline interactions between federal prosecutors, main justice, and the intelligence community. The division operates on the front lines of major challenges facing our country, including the rise of domestic terrorism, cyber espionage, and threats from foreign governments. Leading the division today is Assistant Attorney General Matthew Olson. We're pleased to welcome you to the committee, Mr. Olson, and to hear your perspective on the difficult tasks ahead of you. NSD was created in the years after the September 11th attacks. It has its roots in what we used to call the United States government's war on terror. And indeed, the division is integral to the fight to keep our country safe from terrorist threats. Today, the NSD faces the uncomfortable necessity of internal transformation because the face of terrorism has changed. The greatest threat to American safety is no longer extremism in far-off lands, and we can no longer dismiss the threat as coming from other people, from other cultures. The threat today is from within. It is right at home in our communities and on our social media feeds. We even see it from time to time on our cable news networks. It has taken root in the rhetoric of certain political leaders, and none of us can afford to turn a blind eye to the growing danger. The new face of domestic terrorism is far-right extremism, which is growing exponentially in the United States. Attorney General Garland told our colleagues in the Senate just over a year ago that the greatest domestic threat facing the United States was from racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, quote, specifically those who advocate for the superiority of the white race, close quote. White supremacists, extremist militia members, and other violent far-right extremists were responsible for 66% of all domestic terror plots in 2020, and of the 30 fatalities from terrorism in 2021, 28 were at the hands of radicalized far-right attackers. If the numbers do not convince you, we can put the imminence of the threat in practical terms. One Republican candidate for Senate has aligned his campaign with the website that promoted the hateful screeds of the shooter at the Tree of Life Synagogue. His campaign advisor has said that Jews are not welcome in their political movement and will not be welcome in the Christian nationalist country they hope to build. Across the country, anyone hoping to attend the Turning Point USA conference in Tampa first had to march past a well-organized demonstration of neo-Nazis, who also appeared to have a preferred candidate for office. And with the easy availability of weapons of war in this country, the distance from xenophobic messaging to hateful thoughts, and from hateful thoughts to terrorist actions, has never been shorter. An 18-year-old radicalized over social media can walk into a pawn shop and leave with an AR-15 that same day. Far-right extremists and white supremacist terror groups present not only a significant threat to the lives of Americans, but also, relatedly, an unprecedented challenge for the National Security Division. I applaud the Attorney General for the creation of DOJ's Domestic Terrorism Unit this past January, which will be specifically dedicated to responding to the increasing threats posed by domestic terrorists. But to be clear, the department already has the resources and structures in place to fight domestic terrorism. What I hope to hear from Mr. Olson today is how the department will focus these resources where they are needed most, on the growing threat of violent white nationalism and far-right extremism. In addition to advancing the fight against domestic terrorism, there are also many other important challenges facing the National Security Division as it works to keep us safe. For example, I am interested in hearing how the division is navigating threats posed by hostile actors targeting our system of government. As this committee recently learned, the federal court system faced an incredibly significant and sophisticated cybersecurity breach, one which has since had lingering impacts on the department and other agencies. While the concentration of national security matters within a single division ostensibly allows DOJ and the executive branch overall to respond more effectively to threats facing the United States, it also presents enhanced opportunities for abuse. That is why I am looking forward to hearing how the division is reforming the government's FISA processes to allay our long-standing concerns about the querying of the Section 702 database to acquire Americans' information. I'm also interested to hear how the NSD is responding to the Inspector General's concerns regarding the division's compliance with the Woods procedures, which require agents to document support for all factual assertions contained in FISA applications. NSD is at the epicenter of programs and policy areas that both engender intense debate and are where the federal government has historically fallen short when it comes to protecting civil liberties. Ranging from the warrantless surveillance of American citizens to the unfair targeting of black and brown communities, the sweeping collection of private data and communications, the ill-conceived China initiative, politically motivated investigations of the press and members of Congress, and much more, NSD has at times found itself on the wrong end of the battle between civil liberties and security. I hope that the division will commit to forging a new path that strikes a proper balance. Protecting our citizens from those seeking to do them harm is of paramount concern to the NSD, but it is also a difficult task requiring those at the helm to balance our security with our liberty. This nuance speaks to the heart of the values that are central to this nation, and it is your responsibility as the division's leader to protect the ideals along with the people. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Olson, and I look forward to your testimony. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olson, welcome. In America, we shouldn't need to say that parents speaking out about their children's education aren't domestic terrorists, or that those raising concerns about the radical direction the left is trying to take this country are not domestic terrorists, or that Trump supporters aren't domestic terrorists, but apparently we do, because the Biden administration is bound and determined to demonize anyone and everyone not in lockstep with their far-left agenda. Last September, the Biden White House colluded with the National School Boards Association to orchestrate a letter to President Biden that portrayed concerned parents speaking out at school board meetings as security threats. The letter urged the president to use the Patriot Act to go after America's moms and dads. Just 5 days later, the Attorney General issued a memorandum directing the FBI and U.S. Attorney's offices to address a, quote, disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence at school board meetings. And if you remember, when we had the Attorney General in front of this committee, we asked him about where did they learn about this harassment, this disturbing spike in intimidation? Where did they learn about it? And his response was, from the school board letter that they helped coordinate and put together to send to the White House. The press release that accompanied that memorandum said that Mr. Olson's division, the National Security Division, would be involved in a department-wide effort to target parents. That's right. The division that is supposed to be prosecuting terrorists, protecting us from terrorists, the kind that want to hijack planes and bring down buildings, decided that a priority of this division of the FBI is parents at school board meetings. And oh, guess what? We find out that this whole situation was coordinated. That's right. Like I said earlier, the NSBA letter was a pretext for the memorandum. The letter was instigated by the White House. Documents released by the National School Boards Association show that the White House knew that the letter would urge the administration to invoke the Patriot Act, and the White House raised no objections. In fact, the National School Boards Association admitted that President Biden telephoned the then NSBA president to say that he was appreciative of the letter. When this all came to light and America's parents rightly became outraged, the National School Board Association apologized for its action. The NSBA wrote to its members, quote, "We regret and apologize for the letter." That's a lot more than the Attorney General or the Biden administration has done, because as far as we know, the memorandum is still in place. That's right, as far as we know, the Attorney General's directive to the National Security Division to target moms and dads remains in place. And if this was it, If it was just a political stunt, that would be bad enough. But it's actually much worse. Because of whistleblowers who came forward, we know that the FBI created a threat tag specifically targeting parents, a designation specifically targeting moms and dads. And we know that the FBI opened over 24 investigations into parents merely because they stood up to speak on behalf of their children. We sent countless letters to the DOJ trying to get answers, but have gotten virtually nothing back in response. I'm sure we will have some pointed questions for Mr. Olson today, and I hope that he is prepared to give us answers on the answers our constituents deserve. We also hope he is prepared to talk about the Department of Justice's refusal to address people trying to intimidate Supreme Court justices at their homes and their children's schools. And we have great concerns about the terrorist attacks targeting pro-life facilities and groups around the country. This year, there have been dozens of attacks on these facilities, but the Biden administration seems preoccupied with other politically charged investigations. We'd also like to know why the DOJ is ignoring all the facts coming to light regarding the business dealings and illegal activities of Hunter Biden. In fact, a troubling pattern has come to light recently that indicates the Biden Justice Department seems more focused on politics than it is on fighting crime. And don't forget, this is the division of the Department of Justice that we entrust with immense surveillance powers. The chairman mentioned his reference to FISA. Within the National Security Division is the Office of Intelligence. This office is responsible for preparing and filing all applications pursuant to FISA, as well as appearing before the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. Of course, we all know about the FISA abuses over the past several years and how the Department of Justice and the FBI misused FISA to target the campaign of President Trump. Mr. Olson has been entrusted with a great deal of responsibility. It's our hope that today he's come prepared to answer a great deal of questions this committee has about the Department of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I will now introduce today's witness. Matthew Olson is the Assistant Attorney General for National Security. In that capacity, he leads the Department of Justice's mission to combat terrorism, espionage, cybercrime, and other threats to the national security. From 2011 to 2014, Mr. Olson served as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Prior to leading NCTC, he was the general counsel for the National Security Agency. For 18 years, Mr. Olson worked at the Department of Justice as a career attorney and in a number of leadership positions, including as an associate Deputy Attorney General for National Security and Special Counselor to the Attorney General. In 2006, he helped establish the National Security Division and served as the first career Deputy Assistant Attorney General for National Security. Mr. Olson began his public service career as a trial attorney in the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice and later held positions as a federal prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia and special counsel to the Director of the FBI, supporting the post-9/11 transformation of the FBI. Previously, Mr. Olson clerked for Judge Norma Holloway Johnson in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. He graduated from Harvard Law School and the University of Virginia. We welcome our distinguished witness. We thank him for participating today. I will begin by swearing you in. I ask that you rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and you please be seated. Please note that your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have a minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Mr. Olson, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, members of the committee. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here today to testify about the important work of the Justice Department on national security. As you know, as you noted, Chairman, Congress created the National Security Division in 2006. The goal was to unify and prioritize DOJ's national security efforts. The National Security Division has a wide range of responsibilities. You've touched on them. We prosecute terrorists and spies. We protect the nation against cyber attacks. We enforce export controls and sanctions laws. We provide legal and policy support to intelligence operations and oversight. And we review foreign investments in U.S. companies for national security risks. This morning, I would like to focus my opening statement on one of our top priorities, and that's counterterrorism. The country faces a persistent and dynamic threat from terrorism. This threat encompasses both foreign terrorist groups that seek to carry out attacks against the United States, as well as domestic violent extremists who are often mobilized to violence by racism and anti-government ideologies. International terrorism poses a continuing and evolving threat to the U.S., both at home and abroad. We keep an unwavering focus on violent jihadist groups, and we play an integral role in the broader all-of-government effort to defend against these threats. At the same time, the Department of Justice is committed to tackling the alarming threat at home from domestic violent extremism. Domestic violent extremists are individuals in the United States who seek to commit violent criminal acts in furtherance of domestic, social, or political goals. For example, we have seen a growing threat from those who are motivated by racism. We also see an increase in threats from extremists who espouse anti-government or anti-authority ideologies, and who often target those who participate in civil life, such as elected officials, police officers, and healthcare workers. There is no doubt that these threats are on the rise. The number of FBI investigations over the past 2 years has more than doubled of domestic violent extremists. The January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol stands apart. The department's investigation is the single largest domestic terrorism investigation in the nation's history. To date, that investigation has led to the arrest of more than 860 individuals. Many of these defendants have been charged with very serious crimes. They include seditious conspiracy, obstruction of Congress, and assaults on police officers. We are committed to holding accountable those who engaged in violence and other illegal acts, and to bringing to justice anyone who unlawfully tried to overturn the election. We are upholding our oath to defend the Constitution against those who tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. Our national security mission requires that we protect these fundamental pillars of our democracy. We work to protect not just our democratic institutions, but also our citizens and communities from the terrible costs inflicted by terrorism and violent extremism. The tragedies in Buffalo and Pittsburgh, El Paso, Charlottesville, and elsewhere are seared in our memories. We must be clear that law enforcement faces very stark challenges when it comes to domestic extremism. Violent extremists are too often able to radicalize online quickly, easily acquire military-grade weapons, and they target vulnerable locations, such as public gatherings, places of worship, and shopping centers. These are places that are very difficult to defend. The National Security Division plays a critical role in countering these threats. We lead and support terrorism investigations and prosecutions, working with our partners at the FBI and with U.S. attorneys' offices around the country. We recently established, as you noted, a dedicated domestic terrorism unit. The goal is to oversee and coordinate these cases across the department and around the country. Our domestic terrorism unit works very closely with the Civil Rights Division in the Department of Justice, which has prosecuted some of the most heinous terrorist attacks in recent years using our federal hate crime statutes. Having spent 18 years myself as a career Department of Justice attorney and prosecutor, I know that our workforce is committed to the Constitution and to ensuring equal and impartial justice. We prosecute cases based on the facts and the law, without regard to ideology and politics. Our national strength comes from our founding values. These include the rule of law, freedom of speech, and freedom of association. And we will uphold these values as we safeguard the American people from threats to our safety and to our national security. I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering the committee's questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. On January 6, 2021, the Administrative Office of the Courts released a public statement about a cybersecurity breach dating back to early 2020, unrelated to SolarWinds. However, it was only in March of this year that the committee first learned the startling breadth and scope of the court's document document management system security failure. And perhaps even more concerning is the disturbing impact the security breach had on pending civil and criminal litigation, as well as on ongoing national security or intelligence matters. Understanding that this is an unclassified setting, what types of cases or investigations or U.S. attorneys' offices were impacted the most by this breach, and how many of those cases and investigations are within your division?
Chairman, let me begin by just saying that the threat we face from cyber-enabled attacks, whether that's to the government and the public sector, including Congress, and to the private sector, is one of the most significant threats we face as a country to our national security. For the National Security Division, we are focused on nation-state attacks. And those attacks can come from countries like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. While I can't speak directly to the nature of the ongoing investigation of the types of threats that you've mentioned regarding the effort to compromise the public judicial dockets, this is, of course, a significant concern for us, given the nature of the information that is often held by the courts.
Have any cases or investigations within the NSD been materially impacted, prolonged, or dismissed because of the court's breach?
I can't think of anything in particular that's been affected in the way that you describe, although I would want to double check on that. We are very concerned, and we're working, I can assure you, based on my own personal experience, that we're working very closely with the Judicial Conference and judges around the country to address this issue.
Thank you. Has the Department or NSD audited your own systems to ensure that you were not compromised by the same 3 hostile foreign actors who attacked the document management system?
It's an ongoing effort to ensure the protection of our systems for the exact same reason. But I would say that the challenge when it comes to the sophisticated nation-state type activity that we see in cyber, the challenge is significant, and it's very difficult to ever be in a position to say that any system is 100% safe when it comes to sophisticated nation-states that seek to obtain persistent access to these systems.
The Department's 2022 Comprehensive Cyber Review concluded that DOJ, quote, needs to consider carefully what data it collects, both the lawfulness of the sources and the veracity of the data itself, close quote. As we heard last week during our digital dragnets hearing, unreliable or unverified data, often purchased through commercially available third-party sources, can lead to incorrect identification, wrongful arrests, and costly litigation for innocent parties. Under the Brady Rule, prosecutors have a constitutional duty to disclose potentially exculpatory evidence, but when prosecutors rely on information purchased by law enforcement, this is often not the case. What is the Department's policy on sharing exculpatory evidence with defendants when that information was acquired through purchases from data brokers, apps, social media platforms, or other third-party commercial sources?
So, Chairman, as a former federal prosecutor myself, I can assure you that the obligation under the Constitution to provide exculpatory evidence to the accused under the Brady Rule is one that is taken extremely seriously. It applies across the board to any information that the government has in its possession, regardless of the source. And so I would, while I haven't looked at that policy recently, I know that that general obligation applies across the board to federal prosecutors.
And I assume you will promise to keep us updated on the investigation of the court's breach?
Absolutely, absolutely. We stand ready to come to Congress to talk about that at any time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olson, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, which requires those representing foreign principals to register with DOJ, is a law administered by your office, the National Security Division. Is that fair?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
I have behind me an email from 2016 during the Obama-Biden administration between Hunter Biden and Miguel Alemán, the son of a Mexican billionaire and grandson of the former Mexican president. The first lines say, "We are arriving late tonight on Air Force 2 to Mexico City. We'll be there for Thursday. I'm attending meeting with President meaning President Nieto, with Dad." Highlighted are the comments, "We have been talking about business deals and partnerships for 7 years. I've brought every single person you've ever asked me to bring to the effing White House and the Vice President's house and the inauguration. I've delivered on every single thing you've ever asked. In this email, Hunter Biden acknowledges his attendance at a meeting between Mexican President Nieto and then Vice President Biden, discusses business deals and partnerships with a wealthy and politically connected Mexican family, references access provided to Mexican businessmen at the White House and Vice President's house, and states he had already delivered on every single thing you've ever asked. Did this email, or does this email, raise concerns that Hunter Biden might have acted contrary to FARA, since it appears he never registered to represent foreign principals?
So I'm not familiar with the email that you're referring to. What I can tell you is that it is a fundamental principle of the Justice Department and consistent with my almost 20-year career that we follow the facts and the law in every case without regard
So you're not familiar, but you're not
politics
familiar with
or
this
ideology.
You're not familiar with this this email here.
I'm
We
not.
have next up, we're going to show you a picture of Vice President Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Miguel Alemán, his father, and Carlos Slim, one of the richest men in the world, in 2015, while Joe Biden was vice president. This picture seems to conflict with President Biden's statement that he has never met with his son's business associates. Much of the information regarding Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings has come from the laptop that was abandoned by Hunter Biden and labeled by the media as misinformation, as well as by 51 former intelligence officers in a weird letter dated October 19, 2020, which I will submit for the record. This week, we learned FBI whistleblowers have come forward and reported the FBI committed a widespread effort within the FBI to downplay or discredit negative information about Hunter Biden. Are you familiar with that reporting?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Has any investigation of Hunter Biden by your office been influenced by the work product or actions taken by FBI agent Timothy Thibault?
So I'm not going to comment on any investigation that may or may not be ongoing. What I can assure you is that we follow the facts and evidence, and we apply the law and the principles of federal prosecution in every single case without regard to ideology or politics.
So you are unaware, because you're unaware of the reporting, so you're unaware of any efforts within the Department of Justice to label derogatory information on Hunter Biden as disinformation?
I'm not going to comment on any potential ongoing investigation.
Okay. According to reports, Border Patrol has apprehended at least 50 illegal aliens at the southwest border in fiscal year 2022, and the Office of Field Operations has encountered at least 50 aliens on a terror watch list at ports of entry in the fiscal year. Does CBP consult with National Security Division when they encounter an illegal alien who's on a terrorist watch list?
The National Security Division was actually created to work with other agencies, whether that's agencies in the intelligence community or agencies across the government, including agencies in the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, so this is a yes or no. This is not hard. Does CBP give you information when they find someone who's on the terrorist watch list, when they encounter them at the border? Did they give that information to you?
I can't speak as I sit here to any particular situation or circumstance. What I can tell you is that the whole point of
I'm not asking about circumstances. Is the process is that they report to you? So you have 100 known encounters of people on a terrorist watch list. I assume one would think it's coming to you. I'm asking about the process, not a specific case.
So in general, Congressman, the way the system works is that the FBI investigates the crimes that we prosecute.
So here we go. Let's get to the specific case.
It may well be that information goes between
Let's get to the specific
CBP
case
and
then.
the FBI, but
I'll
I don't
reclaim my
have
time.
specific information.
Are you
about
familiar
that.
with the name Issam Bazi?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with the name Issam Bazi?
No.
Okay, he's a Lebanese-born Venezuelan national listed on the FBI's terror watch list, who was released into the United States after crossing the border illegally. According to reports, the FBI recommended keeping him in custody, but ICE headquarters intervened and released him because of a concern that he might catch COVID-19 because he was overweight. So far, there's been more than 500,000 known gotaways into the country illegally. How many can you extrapolate are on the terrorist watch list? And have you done any assessment as according to the national security risk?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Ms. Lofgren. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to explore Section 702 with you. As I'm sure you're aware, in his November 2020 recertification, Vice Court Judge Boasberg found that the FBI employees had improperly searched Americans' emails that were collected without a warrant and were unrelated to foreign intelligence information. And then the ODNI Annual Statistical Transparency Report released in April of 2022, found that the FBI searched its 702 surveillance repository, quote, using the identifiers of Americans like their names, phone numbers, and addresses nearly 3.4 million times between December 2020 and November 2021. This is nearly triple the number reported from 2020. Although the ODNI only reported 376 warrants issued for wiretaps or physical searches of individuals in 2021, it found 232,000 plus named targets of FISA Section 702 warrantless searches. Now, during your confirmation hearing before the Senate Intelligence Committee, you told the senators that restoring and maintaining trust in the FISA process was a critical priority for you, and I was glad to hear that. Since you have assumed your role as Assistant Attorney General, what have you done to prevent warrantless, improper backdoor searches of Americans' data conducted under Section 702?
Thank you, Congressman, for the opportunity to talk about FISA, in particular Section 702. As you noted, when I was confirmed last year, I indicated that a priority for the Department of Justice and for me at the National Security Division was to ensure that Congress and the American people have confidence in our use of intelligence tools such as FISA. FISA was passed first in 1978. As you know, it has proven to be an indispensable tool to go after spies and terrorists and hackers, and it remains so. In fact, Section 702, part of FISA, was designed to collect information about non-U.S. persons, non-U.S. citizens, and persons who are outside the United States. And it has proven to be essential to protecting our national security since it was first passed in 2008. The issues that you cite are ones that are of concern. The compliance of the FBI in particular with the way in which it searches through the Section 702 data that is lawfully collected. The FBI, with the Department of Justice, has undertaken a series of steps over the past year to improve compliance through a system of systems changes and trainings. And I have been part of that effort, to answer your question directly, in my 8 months in office. We are looking forward to improving the compliance record of the Department of Justice and the FBI when it comes to Section 702, but I can assure you that it remains a priority, and it is part of the broader, really comprehensive system of oversight that takes place when it comes to foreign intelligence collection that includes Congress, the executive branch, and the judiciary.
Well, if I may just follow up, we have had reassurances over the years, and yet the performance continues to be poor, and it's been poor under both Democratic and Republican administrations. So we have considered imposing a warrant requirement for queries of known Americans. And I guess I'm thinking that that is probably a necessity unless we can get some further definitive control of the warrantless search of Americans using the 702 database. This is a misuse. We agree. I mean, we want to catch the spies and the foreign bad actors, but to use that database for warrantless searches of Americans is simply improper, and yet it continues. How can we get assurances, and when will we get our next report from you about the controls that you've discussed?
As you know, Section 702 expires at the end of next year. We are engaged in a concerted effort to be prepared to brief Congress at any time, brief you, your staff, about the controls that are in place. The way that Section 702 works, if I may, it is information collected targeting non-U.S. persons overseas. It is lawfully collected. What the FBI is then able to do is to search that data to find connections. So it's not a warrantless search of Americans. It is a search of data that was collected targeting people who are outside the United States, who are not U.S. citizens. If
I may, sir, that is contrary to the report that we got from ODNI and from the FISA court. So I think my time has expired, but we need to get to the bottom of this. And Mr. Chairman,
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Thank you. Mr. Massey is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to my friend from Florida, Mr. Gates. Is Hunter Biden a national security threat?
That's not a question that would come up before me, Congressman.
You're the head of the
And
National Security Division, so it seems sort of on the nose.
It's not in my practice or experience to identify individuals
Not in my purview.
and to
We've heard
label
that
any
before.
individual, an American citizen, or any individual as a national security threat.
Well, you would certainly concede that if the adult offspring of the President of the United States or the Vice President were compromised, that would be a national security threat, right?
We speak through our filings in court, and we speak through our actions in open court. So I would,
Okay, well,
I would
speak to this.
remain
Where's the
in
laptop?
that position.
Do you know where Hunter Biden's laptop is?
Again, I'm not going to talk about any potential
Just do
ongoing
you know where it
investigation
is?
as I sit
Do
here.
you know where it is?
I'm not going to talk about any ongoing
You
investigations.
come here and you
as
tell
I
us you
sit
follow
here.
the facts and the law, but you can't even follow a laptop that you guys have had for 3 years.
We follow the facts and the law, and we speak in open court about our
Yeah,
cases.
but you aren't speaking about this. But you know who is speaking about it? The whistleblowers from the FBI who've gone to Senator Grassley and said that you guys purposefully take any information that is derogatory about Hunter Biden and you go and rat hole it so that you never have to speak about it in any circumstance. But the good news is you're not the only ones with that laptop. So Patrick Ho was convicted of bribing government officials in Africa, and he gave $1 million to Hunter Biden. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not going to speak about any ongoing investigation.
Is that an ongoing?
I can assure
is
you
that an ongoing investigation?
I'm not going to.
Patrick
I'm not going to
Ho-bribe?
speak about any potential ongoing
Like, don't you
investigation.
see that that degrades the country's like belief in you guys when you have whistleblowers saying that you're purposefully rat holing this information, and then you come here and say you won't talk about it? I mean, you know, inside Hunter Biden's multi-million-dollar deals with a Chinese energy company, Washington Post, Matt Vizier, Chinese elite paid $31 million to Hunter and the Bidens, Peter Schweitzer in the New York Post. Hunter Biden's business partner called Joe Biden the big guy in panicked messages. Do you guys call Joe Biden the big guy at the Department of Justice?
So I think it's important to understand why we don't speak about cases outside of the courtroom.
But by the way,
do that.
we do
I
already
that.
know why.
Sir, if I may answer the question.
You know
May I
why you
answer
don't
the
speak
question?
about it? Because it's about Hunter Biden. You guys have no problem leaking about other stuff, right? Like, you got no problem going out and tagging parents at school board meetings as a national security threat. But when all of the facts and all of the law are before you regarding the corruption of Hunter Biden, you don't want to speak to that at all. And it's precisely why you've got folks that are talking to Senator Grassley about it. Bohai Harvest. So 10 days after Vice President Biden takes Hunter Biden to China, 10 days after, this long, toiling venture of Hunter Biden that can't get off the ground, 10 days after they go, he automatically gets approved. So for a deal in China with Bohai Harvest, like, have you guys looked into that?
I'm not going to talk about any ongoing investigation.
Well, you know who else is talking? Tony Bobolinsky. Tony Bobolinsky told the world that Joe Biden was cut in on a CCP energy deal that was orchestrated by Hunter Biden. Like, have you guys talked to Tony Bobolinsky?
Again, we don't talk about ongoing investigations in settings such as this.
So Joe Biden, well, okay, how about this? Will you commit to a classified briefing on these matters?
I'd certainly be happy to talk to you or any member of the committee about matters of national security.
Okay, well,
but
is this a matter of national security?
We do not talk outside of courtrooms about ongoing investigations.
Well, is there an ongoing investigation of the annual fund dinner that happened where Joe Biden was Vice President of the United States and Hunter Biden holds his fund's annual dinner at the Chinese embassy? But in order to do that, in order to get the Chinese embassy to roll out the red carpet for Hunter Biden and to raise money for his fund, he had to go to the embassy 30 minutes before and have a one-on-one meeting with the Chinese ambassador. Do you think it's possible that that meeting might have jeopardized national security?
I'm not going to comment about any potential or ongoing investigation.
Well, here's the thing. It's pretty easy to see that Hunter Biden is compromised. I think every American knows that's a threat to national security. I think we're watching a crime spree in progress that Hunter Biden is orchestrating. And one has to wonder, like, what are the Chinese getting for the tens of millions of dollars that they're cutting the Biden family in on? What is the Chinese Communist Party getting as a result of cutting in 10% for the big guy? And I just happened to notice that, like, you guys canceled the China initiative that President Trump put in place where you focus talent on those things. You know, Jim Biden said to Tony Bobolinsky that the reason they're able to get away with this corruption is plausible deniability. And that is precisely the plausible deniability that you are animating and exemplifying today. And you know what? Winter's coming. We're going to be in the majority, and then you're going to have to answer these questions for the country.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what
Madam Chair?
purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition?
I have several unanimous consent requests. My first unanimous consent request is the ranking member made reference to a Department of Justice whistleblower memo and grossly mischaracterized its content. So I'd ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to read the memo into the record.
So ordered.
You object to? You object to reading into the record the memo that was, okay.
Not if you do it on your time.
Motion is heard.
Then I ask unanimous consent that the document that the Republicans were afraid to have be read aloud be introduced into the record.
Without objection.
I have unanimous consent request that a document, a PolitiFact head with a heading, "No, the federal government isn't using the Patriot Act to treat parents
Madam
like
Chair,
domestic
Madam Chair,
terrorists," be introduced into the record.
Madam Chair, point of order. Unanimous consent is limited to describing the document.
Which I am doing right now. Madam
No one
Chair,
is
I have
objecting
the
to
floor,
document.
and the document.
Hold on, guys. Okay.
I'm
Gentleman
asking
can
unanimous
describe it.
consent that the document
Headline?
entitled, "No, the federal government isn't using the Patriot Act to treat parents like domestic terrorists," be made a part of the record.
Without objection.
I have unanimous consent request that a document entitled "McCarthy's False Claims That Garland Called Parents Terrorists" be made a part of the record.
So ordered. Without objection.
Document entitled "Attorney General Never Called Concerned Parents Domestic Terrorists" be made a part of the record.
Without objection.
And finally, a fact check that reads, "Kevin McCarthy keeps repeating false claim that Attorney General called parents terrorists for wanting to attend school board meetings," be made part of the record.
Without
And
objection.
I have unanimous consent request that my Republican colleagues read these documents and stop making a false claim.
Good luck with that.
The
Jackson.
gentleman has just
impugned our
Point of order.
integrity.
Point
I
of
would
order.
demand that his words be taken down.
I
He
demand
is
that the-
not allowed under the rules to impugn false statements by this side. And as far as PolitiFact and some of those, they couldn't
Okay.
find the truth with both ends.
That's a separate allegation.
You know, but I would like the gentlelady's words to be taken
I've asked,
down.
yeah, well, I've asked his
gentlelady
words to
from
be taken
Texas.
down. He
No,
can't
your words to be
violate the
taken
rules
down,
like
Madam Chair.
that.
Committee will suspend. I'm sorry, were they intending to read it?
Yes, in response to Mr. Cicilline's comments, the gentlelady said, "Good luck with that." I think that impugns the Republican side. I think that is actually totally inappropriate. And if we're gonna start letting people out of order, just throw in documents. Man, I've got about 20 sitting right here.
I'll withdraw the comment.
Thank you.
And now we'd like to recognize Ms. Jackson Lee.
Well, we've got to have a ruling on my request that the gentleman's words be taken down. Where he said we made false statements.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Raskin.
as I understand the gentleman's point, he said that the gentleman from Rhode Island had impugned his false statements, and perhaps the gentleman from Rhode Island would just say he does not impugn his false statements.
I don't think Mr. Gohmert made any statements. I think the report were repeating or reporting to this committee the headlines of 5 documents that said those claims are false. Those are what the documents say. I'm not going to change the words of the documents. And I'm not impugning them. I'm simply putting into the record those documents that in fact refute the claim.
The gentleman said that the ranking member grossly mischaracterized the statements, and
It's not a breach of decorum. I think it is an accurate
it is.
statement.
well, it's
In my
not an
opinion, he
accurate
grossly
statement.
mischaracterized the contents of the DOJ memo. That's absolutely
It
appropriate.
impugns intention.
No, it does not impugn. It doesn't say anything about his intention.
You've gotten so used to making statements that are outside the rules of decorum that you don't even recognize when you do. You can't just constantly malign people on this side of the aisle.
Madam Chair, are you prepared to rule?
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Can the gentleman from Rhode Island rephrase to make clear that this is a difference of opinion with respect to?
Well, Madam Chair?
I certainly, to the extent that they thought my words were impugning them, they were responding to statements made and a rejection of those statements in written documents, not impugning any declarant in this hearing.
Madam Chair?
But I don't think that our rules require me to accept assertions without challenging them. That's exactly what a committee process is about. And I am not going to limit my right to challenge claims that are made appropriately, which I believe I did.
That is outside the bounds for any member to just take over time and start impugning other people making false statements.
I don't think there was anybody impugning anybody. I think we were challenging the claims that were made.
Request
I'd ask that the chair make a ruling.
allows
I'm not gonna-
a request for unanimous consent. It doesn't allow you to start mischaracterizing what you allege are mischaracterizations.
Yes, Mr. Jordan.
Well, let's just get to the facts. The facts are the White House coordinated with the School Board Association.
Oh, we're going to have an argument about the facts.
There's
I
a
welcome that,
request
Mr. Jordan.
on the
No,
floor.
he stated something that's just not accurate. I got the letter right here.
Mr.
It talks
Jordan,
about
you're
the-
not
Oh, no,
recognized.
I want to impugn.
All right. Fine.
As soon as they rule on this, I will.
That's the ruling of the chair. It was not a breach.
He's not going to do it, sir.
He's not going to do that.
In the opinion of the chair, the words did not impugn the members on the other side.
Madam Chair, we going to repeal it, really?
Appeal the ruling.
Motion to
Motion
table.
Motion table.
Right. Okay, we'll get the clerk. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler,
And just so everyone's clear after the exchanges, this is a vote on the motion to table.
Ms. Lofgren, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch.
Nothing.
Ms. Bass. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Liu.
Swalwell's an aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Stimmings. Ms. Stimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar?
How did the chairman vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Gomert?
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa?
Mr. Issa votes no.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach?
No.
Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald?
No.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens?
How is Lofgren recorded?
Ms. Lofgren, you are not recorded.
Aye.
Madam Chair, have I recorded?
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Garcia, you are not recorded.
Garcia votes aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye.
How am I recorded, Dean?
Ms. Dean, you are not
Madam
recorded.
Chair, how am I recorded?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
Lou votes aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye.
Shabbat, how am I recorded?
Mr. Shabbat, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Shabbat votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye.
Yeah. Well, them and then him. Let me finish. 15, 20 minutes. I'm going to try, yeah.
Has Ms. Jayapal been recorded?
Ms. Jayapal is not recorded.
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson, you are recorded as aye.
Thank you.
The clerk will report.
Madam Chair, there are 18 ayes and 17 noes.
The motion to table is agreed to. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Welcome. Let me thank the, we're dealing with the clock right now. Thank you. It's going, which way is it going? Hello? Did you restore the clock?
Yes. Twice already.
Thank you. Well, this may be another long hearing. I don't know what your time frame is, but let me first of all indicate that this idea of national security should be a bipartisan issue. And I knew as I woke up this morning that the family member of the president would be center point. I wonder why the insurrection in January 6th is not center point. But let me have my line of questioning in specific areas. First, I want to say that I would be interested, and I think it's going to be very important for us to know how many cases have been impacted by the federal court's breach. I don't pose that as a question. I pose that as a serious concern that this committee needs to have. And I would expect your preparation and for us to be able to get that information as quickly as possible in a setting that would be appropriate. But this is a dangerous set of circumstances that has now been publicly announced, and we need to know how many and how many were dismissed. So I wanted to get that on the record. Then I wanted to make sure that we pose the question, nearly 3.4 million warrantless searches for American identifiers is an astronomical number. Are you confident that none of these queries were, as Judge Bosberg described, designed to retrieve evidence of crime that is not foreign intelligence information? This relates to obviously how FISA concerns. I was here for the Patriot Act, here for its reform. The Judiciary Committee did it. If you can give brief answers, because I have a series of other questions. Thank you.
Sure. If I may, very briefly, just to remark that in my experience, having served under a number of different administrations, national security is a bipartisan concern. Now, on the number of queries that you referenced, that was a significant jump over the prior year. We've looked closely at that number of 3 million queries. More than half of that number, I believe, is attributable to one search involving a cyber incident where we were looking for potential victims of a cyber incident. I'm happy to come back and give you more details on that in a classified setting, but that's the basic answer to that question.
Well, you know how concerning it is that Americans will be subjected to that kind of invasion. I'm going to go on record for opposing it. We will need to get a briefing as quickly as possible. Let me also pursue this issue dealing with incel and the horrific rise of domestic terrorism in this country. For me, it is overwhelming, but it is true. In January 2022, DOJ announced the creation of a domestic terrorism unit to fight homegrown extremism. What quickly does this new unit demonstrate about DOJ's strategy for countering white supremacy? And can you briefly talk about the threat from far-right extremists who also misrepresent the truth? And I think that is an important point, and that draws in recruits. Would you comment briefly, please, on that unit and that recruiting concept of telling an untruth and getting people to join you?
Well, the domestic terrorism unit that we announced in January and stood up officially in May consists of a number of prosecutors as well as policy-oriented attorneys to make sure that we're taking a consistent approach across the country when it comes to domestic violent extremism and cases involving domestic terrorism, which run the gamut. We follow the evidence in the law, and we take on the issue of domestic terrorism without regard to politics or ideology. We have seen a rise, particularly in lethal attacks by individuals motivated by racism, as well as individuals motivated by anti-government or anti-authority ideology.
What does the unit do?
The unit is within our broader counterterrorism section. It oversees and coordinates domestic terrorism prosecutions and investigations that are typically carried out by U.S. attorneys' offices around the country. The goal is to make sure that we're handling these cases on a consistent basis. It also is charged with ensuring that we are looking at violence and acts of violence and not looking at protected speech.
Obviously, let me move quickly to incel. And this is egregious, horrific, deadly. The perpetrators of the crime in Uvalde, Oxford, Michigan, and UC Santa Barbara were incel proponents, and that is the hatred of women, gender, misogyny, extremism, mixed in with the toxicity of race. This National Threat Assessment Center released a study on the growing terrorism threat from men who call themselves anti-feminists or involuntary celibates and draw motivation for violence from their inability to develop relationships with women. The study highlights the specific threat. And so my question is, if you can finish the question, which is your focus on that.
So we're focused on all manner of ideologically focused or directed violence. Certainly the instances you mentioned, some of them are under investigation. Obviously, I can't talk about ongoing investigations, but the challenge generally is that individuals with a mix of ideologies are easily radicalized online and have access to significant and powerful weapons.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Go ahead, Daryl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Olson, in the 22 years that I've sat down there and now up here on the dais, I saw the creation of your organization, the creation of sub-organizations, and like a few of us at the top of the dais, I remember why you were formed. 9/11 created the mandate. We were concerned about domestic activities leading to attacks on the United States, but primarily foreign motivated. It does seem to me, just a commentary, that we're straying further and further from your mission. I do think that it is important that you follow the facts where they need and that you go after terrorists. I myself had an attempt to bomb my office, which was an act of domestic terrorism. Members of this body on both sides have been shot and nearly killed by people who objected to our positions. So I'm not saying to get rid of them, but I am concerned that what we fund, what we promote, and what your responsibility is to keep the homeland safe, and disproportionately, that's based on foreign actors linked to U.S. actors. And to that extent, I have a specific question today that is of deep concern. On June 6th, a Venezuelan flagged plane landed in Buenos Aires. It had 5 Iranians and 14 Venezuelan crew. They were, in fact, IRGC officials. Other crew members had ties to terrorism. The plane was owned by a designated, U.S.-designated airline that had, in fact, been seen and proven to be ferrying weapons into Syria from Iran. It was designated to be connected to Hezbollah. All of this is undeniable. The plane itself, its tail number is designated by the United States in the past. As a result, 6 weeks ago, a federal judge in Argentina referred an MLAT to your organization, and to date has not had a response. This is normally a 24-hour turnaround because in order to hold these people, in order to have the information, in order to fight the war on terror and terrorism, they need your cooperation. Are you familiar with this case?
I am generally familiar with the case, yes, Congressman.
Can you explain why both myself and a U.S. Senator do not have an answer, along with the Argentinians, which should have come in 24 hours?
This is an ongoing matter. I can't talk about the specifics. I am happy to take this question back and get back to you with any information I can further provide.
Myself, Senator Ernst, and others would appreciate that, but let me just say that we find it conspicuous that Iran seems not to be getting the kind of scrutiny, particularly considering the connection to Hezbollah, considering the threat to Israel, the threat to the United States, the threat to our allies in South and Central America, that this should have been a high priority. And yes, I would like an answer, but I would like to know here today in the remaining time, what you believe the appropriate turnaround time is for this kind of a request, particularly with proven terrorist activities in the hands of a friendly foreign government.
I will tell you that we take very seriously the threat from Iran, the Quds Force, the IRGC.
No, wait a second. If I can pause you for a moment. We took it seriously under the Trump administration. We took it seriously when we were fighting Iran. Currently, there are negotiations to essentially normalize relations with Iran going on at the highest level of this government. So the scrutiny I have now is, why is it taking beyond the 24 hours? And tell me it's serious. Tell me why it is not 24 hours, and what are you going to do to get back to the historic turnaround time to work with our allies when confronted with terrorists?
So I simply can't speak to the particulars of that request.
I'll take every other case. Are we going to get 24-hour turnaround time in other cases, or are we going to consistently not get it when there are policy issues at the very top that would seem to have you not want to go after the IRGC for their conducting of terrorist activities that endanger us, Israel, and our other allies?
So I can absolutely assure you that political considerations do not affect
You can
how we
assure me,
enforce
but you
national
haven't.
security
You
laws.
can assure me, Mr. Olson, you haven't done it here today.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Johnson of Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to this witness for your appearance today. And sir, I would like to ask you, does the FBI target parents at school board meetings who are protesting against, mask mandates, critical race theory, or any other subject, and they do not threaten violence? Does the FBI have a system where it investigates these parents who are lawfully exercising their First Amendment rights?
So the answer is no. The FBI, the Department of Justice, investigates crimes, violence, and threats of violence. It does not, in fact, it is prohibited from opening investigations based solely on First Amendment protected activities. So there is no targeting of anyone for exercising their First Amendment rights, and in fact, that was made clear by the Attorney General and is consistent with my experience over 20 years at the Justice Department.
Has the FBI seen a rise in threats against local school board officials that are threatening violence?
So my understanding is that there's been a general rise in threats against individuals who serve in positions such as school boards, but also other local and state elected officials, as well as law enforcement, and that this concern about the rise in threats of violence, criminal activity involving people who serve in positions of civic life is a growing concern for the Department of Justice, as it is for state and local police departments and prosecutors around the country.
And does the FBI and the Justice Department coordinate with local and state governments when there are threats of violence against school board officials?
Yes, in fact, that partnership between federal law enforcement and federal prosecutors, but particularly on the law enforcement side, between the federal side and the state and locals, is at the heart of the effort to ensure that people who serve in positions of public trust at every level are not subject to threats of violence. And at the same time, that individuals who seek to speak out at open hearings, whether in a school board or a city council hearing, that those rights are protected as well.
Thank you. Do you find that the United States, has been targeted with disinformation from both foreign and domestic sources, and that this disinformation affects parents at local school board meetings? It affects members of Congress with respect to disinformation about Hunter Biden, should there be any. Do you find that disinformation has caused people to react in ways that are problematic?
I can't speak to particular instances of disinformation or misinformation and how it may affect individuals in particular matters. What I can tell you is that the intelligence community for the United States does believe and has assessed that the spread of information, particularly over social media, has increased the reach and the speed of that reach of violent content, and it has increased the speed at which individuals may become radicalized and mobilized to violence. And that is where we are focused, is where individuals are moved to commit acts of violence or threats of violence, criminal acts, that we therefore can then investigate and prosecute.
Has this disinformation been a factor in the rise of the terrorist threat from far-right nationalists, domestic far-right nationalists who are also racists?
In my view, Congressman, the challenge of disinformation and misinformation is agnostic. We saw this challenge when it came to the use by ISIS of propaganda to try to recruit and mobilize people to violence in the United States. And it's true when it comes to domestic violent extremists as well, who may be moved to become radicalized based on misinformation and disinformation that they may consume over social media from other sources.
Thank you. I thank you for being diligent in the protecting of the security of the American people. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan of Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Olson, are you juicing the numbers?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, you talked all about your opening statement about the number of domestic terrorism threats. We've had multiple whistleblowers come to our office and tell us that they're being pressured to categorize cases as domestic terrorist threats that aren't. And I'm just wondering, because it was the opening of your statement, most of your statement, you talked about this new office you filled. Are you juicing the numbers?
So I'm not aware of the references you're making to the whistleblowers. What I can tell you is that the intelligence community has assessed that the threat we face from domestic violent extremism is elevated, and that's consistent with what I see on a daily basis.
Who is Timothy T-Bolt?
I'm sorry, I don't know that name.
You don't know that name? Mr. Grassley does. Mr. Grassley cited in his letter. Mr. Gates brought him up in his 5 minutes of questioning. Mr. T-Bolt's a guy who suppressed information that was verifiable about Hunter Biden in 2020. You don't know who this individual is?
I'm sorry, I don't know who that is.
You know what's also interesting about this individual? He's the guy that the whistleblowers told us is pressuring them to recategorize the cases as domestic terrorism cases. And you don't know anything about him.
I do not.
All right, well, I guess that maybe stands to reason. I find that interesting. How many more parents has the Department of Justice investigated?
The Justice Department and the FBI investigate individuals who commit acts of violence or threats of violence.
I'm talking in relative to the
federal
school board
crimes.
issue. How many more parents have you investigated? We know of 20-some, over 24, because again, we've had other whistleblowers come forward and tell us about that. I mean, the number, it's almost like it's a well-worn trail of FBI agents coming as whistleblowers to our office because so many things that they're concerned about going on at the Justice Department. So we know of over 24. I want to know how many more have you done since we sent that letter 2 months ago to the Justice Department?
So we don't investigate anyone based on their status as a parent or not a parent. We would investigate and prosecute.
You would investigate them based on the threat tag, EDU officials, the designation. How many more than the 20-some we know about already? How many more have been investigated because they have that threat tag associated with their name?
I don't believe that anyone's been investigated because they have a threat tag, and I can't speak to that.
How else are you going to identify them? That was the FBI memo, threat tag on their name, EDU officials, and they've been investigated. And again, we know of over 24 of them.
I don't have specific information about that.
All right. You were on the press release when the Attorney General issued his memorandum on October 4th, 2021. The National Security Division was mentioned on this press release that went out that day. Here's what the press release says. According to the Attorney General's memorandum, the Justice Department will launch a series of additional efforts to include the creation of a task force. Has that task force been created?
I believe that it has, yes.
You believe, or has it?
I believe that it has, yes.
Who's on it?
So a number of components across the Justice Department.
Who's on the task force?
A number of components are represented on the task force, from the criminal division to the civil division.
Well, components don't serve on task force. People do. Who are the people on the task force?
A number of representatives of those components serve on the task force.
Do you serve on it?
I am not a member of the task force. I've not been to any meetings. There are a number of representatives across the department who form that task force.
Who from the NSD is on the task force?
So I don't have any information about who particularly is on the task force from my
This was
division.
a big press release. This was the biggest story in the news last fall, and the National Security Division is one of the components on the task force, and you've never been to a task force meeting, and you don't know who from your division is?
Correct.
Are you guys embarrassed about this whole looking into school boards going after moms and dads? Is this an embarrassment? I mean, the National School Board Association has pulled back their letter. They said they apologized for it. They regret that they did it. A bunch of states have pulled out of the organization. I'm just wondering if that's the same attitude you guys now have. Frankly, that'd be good if you did.
I think we take very seriously that anyone who serves in civic life deserves to be safe. And anyone who serves on a school board, on a city council, in any position of public trust, they should not be the subject of threats of violence or violence. And that's the point of this effort, is to work with, particularly with
And
state
parents
locals to
should feel
ensure
safe that they can
people
speak
serving
their
those
mind about their
positions
kids'
are safe.
education and not be harassed for doing so. You know, we've sent you 103 letters, 584 specific requests over the last 9 months. I have a whole stack of them here. Have you collected any of the information we've asked for? Have you collected that information?
I'm aware that there have been requests. I don't know the status of the response to those requests. I'm certainly willing to take that
We know
back
the
to our
status of the
Office
response.
Legislative
You've
Affairs.
basically given us the finger and said, we're not gonna give you anything. We got two letters with like a half a paragraph on each letter. I just want to know if you've actually collected the information. We know you're not going to give it to us because we've seen that over the last 9 months. Have you collected any of it?
I'm not sure what, sir, I'm not sure what you mean by collected any of the information. I'm certainly willing to.
584 specific requests about correspondence, emails, communications between the Justice Department, the White House, the Department of Education. We've asked for the information. I'm just asking, have you even started to collect it?
I'm certainly willing to take that question back to our Office of Legislation.
Well, I think it's
Affairs
interesting
and
you don't
see
know
where
the
they-
answer to it, so it tells
The
me you probably
gentleman's time
haven't.
has expired. Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I want to thank you, Assistant Attorney General Olson, for being here today. One of the more dire threats we're seeing to our national security is coming from within our borders. In recent years, we've seen a rise in domestic terrorism and hate crimes across the country. And in fact, an analysis by the Center for Strategic and International Studies showed that domestic terrorism in 2020 was at the highest level in nearly 3 decades. Since 2005, right-wing extremists have been involved in 267 domestic terror plots or attacks and responsible for 91 deaths, according to the Center. And this has included countless racially motivated attacks, mass shootings and killings, including earlier this year in Buffalo, New York, and El Paso, Texas in 2019, and at the Tree of Life Synagogue in 2018, and too many other places to name, instilling great fear and even insecurity among the American people. The National Security Division and your work is incredibly important to the defense of the homeland, not only from foreign threats, but from domestic ones as well, which brings me to my first question. Attorney General Garland and Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas have both testified that the greatest domestic threat facing the United States comes from racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically those who advocate for the superiority of the white race. How has the DOJ modified its intelligence and prosecution apparatus since the beginning of the Biden administration to prioritize terrorist activity by white supremacists, white nationalists, and anti-government groups in the United States responsible for the kind of violence I just described?
Sure. Look, we are threat-driven at the National Security Division and across the Justice Department. So we respond to the nature of the threats that we see and the way the FBI and the rest of the intelligence community characterizes those threats. They include threats from international terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, but increasingly we've become concerned about groups that are based in the United States. Those groups run the gamut in terms of ideology and mix of ideology.
But I guess my question is, why has the DOJ struggled to investigate and prosecute these threats?
So what I would say for our part, what we did in the National Security Division was to establish a specialized unit within our counterterrorism section this year to focus on domestic terrorist threats and domestic violent extremists, to make sure, one, that we have the right data, because that's a challenge to understand the nature of the threat, to make sure that we have prosecutors dedicated to that effort, and also to make sure that we are focusing on violence and not First Amendment protected activities, because, of course, one of the concerns is that an individual may espouse hateful rhetoric, racist rhetoric, anti-government rhetoric, but that's protected by the First Amendment. Our concern is when those views cross over into criminal acts, such as acts of violence.
I want to ask you a question about a piece of legislation, the American Innovation and Choice Online Act. This is bipartisan legislation that promotes competition, innovation, and consumer choice online. In its letter of support, a very strong letter of support, the Department of Justice explained that the gatekeeper power of dominant platforms threatens our economic leadership and resiliency, and that by reining in this power, our legislation will help promote America's dynamism and competitiveness. Some opponents of the bill have falsely claimed it could harm our national security, or that the legislation has not been properly vetted for national security considerations. But isn't it true that the Justice Department's support of this bill reflects the entire department's views, including those of the National Security Division? And as head of the National Security Division, do you have any national security concerns about the legislation?
Yes, I'm certainly aware of the legislation, and also that we at the department have submitted a views letter in support of the bill, and that views letter reflects the input of my division, the National Security Division. I also know that the bill contains a number of provisions that are designed to address the types of concerns that were raised about and are being raised about national security. And I look forward to working if there are additional changes that need to be made to address any additional national security concerns.
Thank you. And finally, terrorism in the form of mass shootings has become increasingly prevalent in the United States. 2021 saw nearly 700 mass shootings, the most since the Gun Violence Archive began tracking them in 2014. Does the DOJ view these attacks as part of a broader domestic extremist terrorism problem? And how does the DOJ incorporate the prevention of mass shooting into its national security work, if it does at all?
So the challenge of mass shootings, tragic as we've seen, spans across the Department of Justice, right? The Criminal Division, the Civil Rights Division, and the National Security Division. When we have instances of a mass shooting that is motivated by political views or ideology, that falls into the category of domestic terrorism. That would be something then that the National Security Division works on. We often work in coordination with the Civil Rights Division because it has the jurisdiction over hate crime statutes, and many of these cases are prosecuted through hate crimes. What I can say, which I think is obvious, is that easy access to military-grade weapons increases the likelihood that individuals who are extremists and hold extremist views and seek to carry out acts of violence are able to do so on a more significant scale.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time. Thank you. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Olson over here. It's ironic to hear my colleagues today talk about disinformation because there's a lot of it being shared from the other side of the aisle. Let me reset the table here on the documented facts of what exactly we know about this whole school boards issue. As activist groups on the left continued to push their agenda on America's children last year, parents across the country began to speak out. They came to school board meetings. They expressed their views on critical race theory and mask mandates and controversial curricula. That's their First Amendment right. But as more parents spoke out, the National School Boards Association and the Biden administration colluded, that's a specifically used term for a reason, to create a justification to use federal law enforcement tools to silence those parents who are becoming a real problem for the agenda. As part of this collusion, the NSBA, the School Board Association, sent a now famous letter to the White House dated September 29, 2001, urging the Biden administration to use the heavy hand of federal law enforcement, including the Patriot Act, to target those moms and dads and chill their protected First Amendment rights. The White House not only colluded with the NSBA to craft the substance of that letter, but following the letter, President Biden called the then SBA president to say he was, quote, appreciative of their letter and invited her to visit the Oval Office. The NSBA letter stated, quote, malice, violence, and threats as against school officials, quoting, could be the equivalent of a form of domestic terrorism or hate crimes, unquote. We didn't make that up. This is all documented. The NSBA on May 20th of this year released a report. It had to commission a report because 20 of its organizations, its state school board associations, pulled out and disavowed the NSBA over all this nonsense. So they commissioned a report to examine the events surrounding that September 29th letter to President Biden. The report offered all of us and all the American people who were paying attention new evidence of exactly how the Justice Department coordinated with the White House to target parents. The report found that the first communications between NSBA and the White House occurred on September 9th, almost a month prior to all this, and that the Biden White House closely coordinated with the NSBA on its letter to President Biden. This is the NSBA's information, not Republicans in Congress. Contrary to Attorney General Garland's sworn testimony to this committee, sir, whistleblower information now shows that the Justice Department and its components quickly operationalized his directive. And on October 20th, the day before AG Garland's congressional testimony, the FBI's Assistant Director for Counterterrorism Division sent an email referencing Garland's October 4th directive and notifying FBI personnel about a new threat tag created to apply to school board investigations. We know the threat tag is EDU officials. We're not making this up, sir. The whistleblowers have confirmed it all. And that threat tag has been used in almost every region of the country relating to all types of educational settings. I don't want to misquote you, but you are under oath. And I believe that just a few moments ago you testified, quote, no one has been investigated because of the EDU officials threat tag. Did I misquote you?
No one has been investigated solely because of a threat tag. I will tell you that people are investigated because of acts of violence or threats of violence. That's why people are investigated.
Okay, all right. And so it's your testimony today that parents, moms and dads who went to school boards, engaged in violence sufficient to trigger investigations?
So I don't have specific information on
Of course you don't.
number
Of
of
course you
cases.
don't. Of course.
You know,
You don't know the number? You can't tell us the number of cases? Why is that sensitive?
I don't know the number of cases. What I can tell you is that.
Hold on, wait a minute. You're the director. How do you not know the number of cases? Isn't this an important thing? You've testified here how important this is. You don't know the number?
If I may, so the National Division would only handle a matter if it is a matter that falls within the crimes that we are responsible for prosecuting. There may be cases that are being handled by other divisions.
Okay, how many is your division handling?
I'm not aware of any that the National Security Division is handling.
Tell me about the threat tag EDU officials. What was its purpose?
I think I would suggest directing that question to the FBI.
That's so convenient, because when they're here, they point the finger elsewhere. Let me just say this. Look, moms and dads voicing their concerns at school board meetings are not domestic terrorists. And for the White House to suggest as much or collude with anybody who does is absolutely outrageous. It's one of the glaring examples and the reasons why millions of American people now believe that the U.S. Department of Justice has been weaponized for political purposes. And you and I both know the real threat to that is the rapid erosion of faith that our citizens have in our system of justice itself, in our institutions. It's at record lows right now. We cannot maintain a constitutional republic if people don't trust the system of justice and the fairness of the system. And targeting citizens for expressing their outrage over curricula is not an appropriate use of your resources. We're going to get down to the bottom of this when we get the majority here in a few months. And we need you back under oath, because I think there's a lot more answers you're going to have to provide. I yield back.
If I may respond,
Sure.
I absolutely agree. It is essential that we maintain the trust of the American people and that they understand that we follow the rule of law and that we investigate crimes without regard to politics and ideology. Allegations that the FBI is silencing parents is reckless and false.
That's not what the facts show, and that's not what the
gentleman's
whistleblowers
time
say.
has expired. Gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be clear, the Department of Justice has not been weaponized. What's been weaponized is a radical, right-wing, runaway, illegitimate Supreme Court majority taking away long-held freedoms from the American people. That's what's been weaponized. Mr. Olson, Attorney General Garland testified that the greatest domestic threat facing the United States comes from racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists. Do you agree with that statement?
Look, I agree that I can't say which type of ideology, because there's a mix of ideologies that often form the domestic terrorism threat. I do think that the rise in domestic terrorism from a range of ideologies is a significant concern.
So in recent years, we've seen a significant uptick in violent attacks, in many cases perpetrated by white supremacists. According to a 2020 report by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, white supremacists conducted 67% of terrorist plots and attacks in the United States. Is that figure consistent with what you've seen in terms of the rise of domestic terrorist attacks?
I don't know that exact report. I do know that our intelligence community has said that the most significant number of attacks come from two sets of ideologies, racially motivated and anti-government, and those are the two that are most likely to result in lethal attacks.
Has there been any understanding as to why we've seen sort of a rise in, organized, racially motivated domestic terrorist activity?
I think there are studies to look at the potentially many factors that that give rise to this threat. I would note that it's not new. It goes back, obviously, to the beginning of the country. In fact, the Department of Justice was founded in part to take on the KKK. So it's not a new challenge, but it is one that has increased in recent years.
It's not a new challenge, certainly, but it's newly resonant, and that's a very troubling development. What role does social media play in the ability to sort of radicalize potentially hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Americans with respect to this violent extremism that we're seeing increase in its resonance?
I think it's a significant challenge, Congressman. I think the intelligence agencies that look at this have assessed that the way social media works, it can accelerate an individual's move from being radicalized to even mobilizing to violence because of the exposure to online content that can happen at such a quick pace, so that individuals are radicalized quickly and often radicalized in ways that are difficult to detect because they're consuming this content by themselves or in very small groups.
Now, with respect to the January 6th attack, am I correct that there were several white supremacist organizations like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys that seemingly played a prominent role in the horrific events of that fateful day?
I mean, there's no doubt that individuals who identify themselves as members of those groups that you mentioned, Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, were present, and many of them have been charged in indictments here in Washington, D.C., including 2 separate indictments that charge the crime of seditious conspiracy.
Is it also fair to say that the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys are increasingly targeting people within law enforcement or former law enforcement personnel, or in some cases, people within the military or former military personnel?
We certainly do look at whether individuals within these groups espouse those types of ideologies. Look, we're looking at individuals. Some of them self-identify as being members of those groups, but we don't look at those groups as groups. We look at individuals who may in fact conspire with other individuals who are self-identified as members of those groups to see if they've committed criminal acts, and that's how we look at those cases.
And given this rise in racially motivated violent extremism, how is the Department of Justice or your particular division working with state and local law enforcement officials to try to prevent, to the best extent possible, things like the massacre at Mother Emanuel Church or the massacre at the Tree of Life Synagogue, or most recently, the massacre at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York?
It's a really important question because when it comes to this type of violence, it's almost certainly going to be the state and local first responders who are going to be first on the scene, and in many cases, they will ultimately prosecute these cases. So the partnership between the FBI and state and local police, as well as at the prosecutorial level, is critical to addressing this challenge. We do training. The FBI is often in a support role from an investigative standpoint, sometimes in a primary role. Some of these cases are ultimately prosecuted in federal court based on federal charges, but many cases are prosecuted in state court. So we need to make sure that we're all playing at the same level.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. Mr. Olson, I was honored to serve as a career prosecutor with the Department of Justice at the U.S. Attorney's Office, primarily part of the time at Maine Justice for 15 years. I understand what you're saying about revealing information about ongoing investigations. I understand what you're saying about or at least I understand your reticence in answering some of the questions. But I think it would comfort the American people, and I had some prepared questions, and I'm going to someday hopefully get answers to those questions, but I think it would comfort the American people to know that you get it. I now have the honor of listening over and over, practically every weekend, to constituents who are afraid that the federal government is getting into an area that it shouldn't get into. State and local officials can handle protests, threats, violent acts, and they're fairly rare when you look at all of the school board meetings that are going on across this country. It would be comforting for all of us to hear that you understand that it is not a federal issue. Antifa is a federal issue. White nationalism is. I hope you eradicate white nationalism in this country. I think everybody on this side of the aisle and that side of the aisle would agree on that. I hope that there are no Nazis left in the United States who would commit a violent act. Now, if there's people that believe things, we don't go after them for their beliefs. But anybody who would commit a violent act because of white supremacist beliefs or white nationalist beliefs, by all means, look at that at a national level, because it is of a national scope. But school board meetings and the threats against school board meetings, it concerns a lot of us greatly that there is actually a tag that's associated with that. And I give you an opportunity to answer that. I'd like to ask a couple of other questions too.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, because I think I agree completely with everything you just said. By and large, what we're talking about when it comes to threats of violence directed against state and local officials, school board members, those are matters that are going to be handled by state and local prosecutors and law enforcement. And they always have been, and they must, I think, continue to be. There is a role for the federal government, certainly with the national level cases you're talking about, and whether we're talking about racially motivated violence, domestic violent extremism. There may be a case at the state and local level, that the rare case that rises. But I do think you're right that that's where, look, I'm a parent of 3 children. My son is sitting behind me. I've been to school board meetings. I've spoken, much to his dismay, at school board meetings. I understand that parents absolutely have a right to be involved and should be involved in speaking up and disagreeing vociferously at times with the decisions that are being made at the local level. And absolutely, we are committed. I personally am committed, the National Security Division is committed to protecting the rights of parents, citizens, to speak out, to voice their concerns, even if we don't agree. We really need to draw that line between that free speech that we cherish and violence, and that's the line that we draw. And I also agree we need to be thoughtful about the role that the federal government plays, and to play an appropriate role, often in partnership and support of state and local law enforcement.
And I appreciate you saying that, and I think it does comfort the American people that a leader says that, and I want to make sure your son understands that he should be very proud of his father's service to our country. I want to ask, though, there's another area that concerns me, and another area that I continue to hear concern from my constituents, and that is that the riots on January 6th in the United States Capitol were horrific. They were intended to disrupt a legitimate government function, and they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The riots that occurred throughout our country in the summer of 2020 were horrific. They were damaging. And many of the American people in my district, and granted, it's a fairly rural district and a fairly conservative district, but many of those people expressed concerns that there is not a parity between the attention that was given to those that committed crimes on January 6th and those that committed crimes throughout the summer of 2020. And furthermore, as part of that analysis, the crimes that were committed on throughout the summer of 2020 appeared to be coordinated. And I'd like to ask you very specifically, can you tell this committee that George Soros was not behind, and his money was not behind, directly or indirectly, the Antifa activities that occurred in the summer of 2020?
Yeah, certainly, any of the work I've done, I've never seen any suggestion of that. However, that's not really something that I would look at in terms of the cases that we handle in the National Security Division. But I do agree with you that we need to look, and we are looking even-handedly across the board, whether we're talking about crimes committed during the riots and destruction of the summer of 2020 and at the horrific attack on the Capitol on January 6th, and using the tools that we have. The reality is that the thousands of arrests that occurred in the summer of 2020, most of those were handled by state and local, as they should have been. The difference, of course, in some ways that I think accounts for the attention paid on January 6th, beyond the nature of that attack and the significance of it, is that most of those crimes are federal crimes, if not all, because the target was the Capitol. So I do think that accounts for some of the difference in view when it comes to the role of the federal government. But the fundamental point that you make, I completely agree with. We need to be apolitical in how we handle these cases, and we need to look across the board and be driven by the nature of the threats we face.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Swalwell from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Olson, my Republican colleagues have said over and over that school board violence is, quote, fairly rare. A Reuters story on February 15, 2022 begins with, "The letter came to the home of Brenda Sheridan, a Loudoun County, Virginia school board member, addressed to one of her adult children. It threatened to kill them both unless she left the board. It's too bad that your mother is an ugly communist whore," said the hand-scrawled note, which the family read just after Christmas. "If she doesn't quit or resign before the end of the year, we will kill her, but first, we will kill you." The story goes on to document over 220 examples of such violent intimidation, and I'd like to enter that under unanimous consent into the record.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. Olson, what concerns me is that you're being questioned by a lot who has become more comfortable with violence than voting, that has associated itself more with chaos than community. But do you agree that what I just described to you is something that law enforcement should be concerned about and that law enforcement should investigate?
Absolutely. Anyone who serves in a position such as a school board member should be free from the fear of threats of violence or acts of violence. Absolutely.
And I'm the son of a school board member myself, someone who signed up to serve for the same reason I think you signed up to serve. Do you also agree that if a parent goes and peacefully but very passionately describes their own beliefs about their child's curriculum, that person should not be investigated?
Of course. That's protected by our First Amendment.
And I have to say, I'm not surprised that there are so many acts that are hardly fairly rare of violence, because in this building, America's leaders are stoking that violence. So many of my colleagues now on their social media, they love to hold their assault rifle and threaten the president to come and get it. They love to use their social media accounts to threaten to kill the Speaker of the House. That has happened. They have used their social media accounts to depict themselves in anime as killing the President of the United States. So it would not surprise me that people in their community would go to a school board meeting and act the way that I just described. And I'm grateful that you're investigating people who would threaten violence. And I'm also grateful that you are not investigating people who have legitimate concerns about their children's curriculum. And also, I just have to debunk the Soros nonsense. Thank you for clarifying that. That's a part of a long-standing anti-Semitic trope that we see from the other side that goes after George Soros, that goes after Michael Bloomberg, and any Jewish individual who contributes to campaigns to suggest that they support and fund violence. And it's incomparable to take the violence that occurred during protests of the summer of 2020 and what happened in this Capitol, the largest crime ever investigated as far as number of individuals investigated, indicted, sentenced. So thank you for that. I want to ask you just briefly about the antitrust legislation that my colleague, Mr. Cicilline, referenced. And my concern and the concern of others on this committee is that if we were to have side loading, so to take Apple's store, for example, and require them to take on apps from anywhere, essentially take a curated app store and allow it to be a flea market where anyone can come in and sell, their apps on the platform. There are concerns about security, whether, the Chinese would flood the app store with their own apps that could vacuum up US consumer data and send it back to Beijing, not only making our privacy affected, but also, any people in the intelligence community, or Russia using the platform to flood it with apps that could, sow disinformation, whether it's our own elections or its campaign in Ukraine. Would you be willing, Mr. Olson, to listen to evidence from other parts of the intelligence community if they have new concerns that came out after the letter that your agency sent as it relates to the antitrust legislation?
Yes. As we had the chance to talk about
I'm sorry, I meant the Department of Justice.
Yes. Yes. As this legislation moved through the process, we did have the opportunity to comment on it, and I do think some of the provisions that were incorporated addressed national security concerns. But of course, if there are additional issues or concerns that are raised, particularly by our intelligence community, it'll be incumbent on us in the Justice Department and elsewhere to take those seriously.
Great. Thank you. And I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, have there been any FISA orders or warrants obtained to assist in the investigation of what happened to January 6th?
So I think you can appreciate, Congressman, I'm not in a position to talk about any matters that occur before the FISA court involving the implementation of the.
Well, the only way that we can have oversight to discern whether or not that we should ever allow FISA to continue is if we find out what's been going on. And I was here beginning January of '05. We talked to lots of people from the Justice Department. We were assured nothing but foreign matters were going before the FISA court. So imagine the shock when we saw this order from the FISA court, which basically, well, not basically, it says that all call detail records created by Verizon for communication between the United States and abroad, there's the foreign, or wholly within the United States, including local telephone calls, all had to be turned over. And as I understand, there are still orders similar to that that have a big net, and once that information goes into the database of your department, of the DOJ, of the NSA, then there are thousands of people that can access that and have accessed that and done searches. So the question, when you have something that we're told is wholly domestic, that it's the domestic threat that's so serious, it is an important question to know whether you're using something called FISA, where the F stands for foreign, to go after American citizens. Because that, I can tell you, when I was here back in '06 and '08, we were taking these matters up. If people had known how badly that was being abused, there were people back then on both sides of the aisle who would have said, wait a minute, this is just being abused so much. So that's why it's a fair question to know in general, not specific cases, is the FISA court, has it been used to get orders to investigate January 6th?
So again, I'm not familiar with the order that you referred to a moment ago.
Well, it was leaked, I think it was WikiLeaks, and that's what was so shocking to so many of us. And look, the abuses occurred during the Bush administration, the Obama administration, there were some in the Trump administration, and I feel sure it's still going on. We need to know the extent of that. Well, let me ask you about a case in Kilgore, Texas. A lady there working for a private oil company got a text from her nephew. He had been looking through the FBI pictures and said, you recognize anybody in this picture? And it looked similar to her. And she did a LOL, you know, gee, that looks like me, don't turn me in. A couple of days later, 2 FBI agents show up at her place of business demanding to know where she was on January 6th. She was in Kilgore, Texas. And then they threatened her boss that he could go to prison for covering for her. Is there any order from any court that allows the DOJ or the NSA to monitor text messages of American citizens?
You know, obviously there are court orders, whether they come from federal courts, not the FISA court, or the federal FISA court, that authorize, pursuant to law, search warrants and surveillance.
Yes, but search warrants under the Fourth Amendment have to describe with particularity the things to be searched or seized, and that's not happening. That has not been happening. And so when you have no probable cause to go after somebody in Kilgore, Texas, then, you know, we'd heard about, oh, gee, there's software to look for specific words that allow you to go after anybody that hasn't committed crimes. We really need to know how widespread that is. Can you give us an answer? Is that being used?
It's just really important to point out, sir, that The way the law works is that the federal judge, a federal FISA court judge, will only approve an order based on probable cause that an individual is an agent of a foreign
Mr.
power.
Olson, we have proof
Gentleman's
that's a
time
lie.
has expired.
It has not
Mr.
been
Raskin is
followed,
recognized
and it
for
needs
5
to be.
minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But welcome, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Dangerous extremists jacked up on racist and anti-Semitic propaganda like the white replacement theory have committed massacres in Buffalo, in El Paso, at the Tree of Life synagogue, in the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. The American people are obviously very upset about this explosion of gun violence by dangerous extremists. And a number of the extremist groups also participated significantly in the violent insurrection against our government on January 6th, 2021. And I'm wondering about the internal structure of the Department of Justice and how it has worked to try to address this threat in the country. I know that after 9/11, the department redefined its mission and priorities to focus on counterterrorism, and this included the formation of the Anti-Terrorism Advisory Council and the National Joint Terrorism Task Force. Have these existing structures created in the wake of 9/11 been adapted to address white supremacist violent radicalization and this new domestic terror threat? Or are there other structures that you have innovated in order to respond to it?
I think it's a really important question, Congressman. I do believe that we are adapting. I mean, the National Security Division, as others have pointed out, and you note, it was formed in 2006 largely to consolidate the department's national security structures to focus on the international threat from Al-Qaeda in particular. We have evolved over time. We have built the ability to go after cyber attacks and cyber actors, for example, and we've increased our ability there. We have a FARA unit to go after transparency. The question you raise about domestic terrorism, this year I established a domestic terrorism unit within our counterterrorism section to increase our focus on the types of threats we face from domestic violent extremists. I think in addition, I have formed with the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division, Kristen Clark, an ongoing partnership because so many of the attacks that you mentioned, whether it's Buffalo or Charleston or El Paso, these are not only domestic violent extremists attacks, but they are also hate crimes. And we have learned over the years that our hate crimes are our most effective federal criminal tool to go after those, and in support of each other in partnership, a partnership that maybe wasn't an obvious one 15 years ago between the National Security Division and the Civil Rights Division has proven to be very effective at making sure that prosecutors on both sides are bringing all of our resources and expertise to bear on the growing problem that we face, as you noted in your question. So I think we're evolving. We're working again with the FBI, which has a domestic terrorism operations section to focus on this threat. But look, there's more we can do, and we are going to continue to be driven by the nature of the threats we face.
Well, I appreciate that because violent far-right terrorism is striking all over the country in churches, in mosques, in synagogues, in movie theaters, at Walmarts and grocery stores. Of the 30 domestic terror fatalities last year, CSIS found that 28 of them resulted from far-right terrorist attacks. So the vast majority, nearly all of them. You previously testified that the number of FBI investigations of suspects accused of domestic extremism had more than doubled since the spring of 2020. Has this jump in the number of investigations led to an increase in actual indictments and prosecutions, if you're excluding for the moment the January 6th prosecutions?
So I don't have a specific number on that, Congressman, because that jump, that doubling does include the January 6th cases. And of course, there we have over 800 arrests of individuals. Not all of them are characterized as domestic violent extremists, to be clear, but many are, and those are And those do account for at least a significant portion of that jump from over the past 2 years in the number of investigations.
Okay. And are there any other proactive measures you're taking to try to address this threat?
I'm sorry, say again, sir?
Are there proactive measures that DOJ is taking to address the threat of far-right terrorism?
Absolutely. In fact, a part of the challenge is that we have not historically done a good job of categorizing and capturing the numbers. So just the data collection, because many of these cases are actually prosecuted at the state and local level or by federal U.S. attorneys' offices around the country. So we're getting better at trying to just capture that data. That's one proactive aspect of this threat, as well as training that we're doing around the country.
Thank you for your service. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, every riot or act of violence or threat thereof taking place anywhere in this nation, whoever's responsible for it is unconscionable. And we on this side, Republicans, we reject it, we condemn it. As elected members of Congress, we must do our part and call out acts of violence, just not those that fit a particular partisan narrative. We need to reject them all. Democrats, unfortunately, have been very focused on the rhetoric that led up to the riots on January 6th, and yet for the most part, they've been silent when similar language and tactics are used by their supporters. Following the unprecedented leak of the Supreme Court's draft decision in Dobbs, Democrats ignored the threats of violence, including an assassination attempt on a Supreme Court justice. In addition to pro-abortion activists, these abortion activists have targeted Supreme Court justice. Fanatics professing pro-abortion views have targeted, destroyed, and vandalized dozens and dozens of pro-life facilities and churches to further a political cause. Arguably, the incendiary rhetoric used by some on the radical left has only encouraged that violence against those facilities and those justices and is putting lives at risk. Members of Congress must condemn, not condone, violence in furtherance of a political agenda. Look no further than Senator Chuck Schumer, who took to the steps of the Supreme Court in 2020 when the court was considering a Louisiana pro-life law and said, quote, "I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions." That's what Chuck Schumer said, the Democratic head over in the Senate. Assistant Attorney General Olson, is that the kind of rhetoric that's helpful when trying to avert abortion-related violent extremism?
So I completely agree with you, Congressman, that this is not a partisan issue. Everyone who serves in a position of public trust, certainly at the very top, are the members of our Supreme Court, deserve to be safe, and we have taken very seriously the threats of violence and violence. And in fact, we are prosecuting an individual with attempted assassination of Justice Kavanaugh. We have provided support and protection through the Marshal Service to the Supreme Court. We have supported legislation to increase that support. We take that extremely seriously. Similarly, you mentioned the attacks on pregnancy resource centers and pro-life centers and groups. Also, not a partisan issue. Violence, threats of violence, absolutely not acceptable. The FBI has opened a series of cases involving those attacks or threats against those resource centers. Some of them opened as domestic violent extremist cases. So this is not a partisan issue for the Justice Department.
You absolutely need to do that because we've got facilities there where these organizations are trying to help women in need and they're being attacked, and it's outrageous. As we saw in June, the radical pro-abortion group Ruth Sent Us, the same organization that originally posted the addresses of the 6 conservative justices, published the name of Justice Amy Coney Barrett's church and the school her children attend, the very school that her young children attend, encouraging protesters to, quote, voice your anger. Is that the kind of rhetoric that's helpful when trying to avert abortion-related violent extremism?
I think, again, we look at acts of violence and threats of violence that violate the criminal law. It is an unfortunate fact of our civic life that there is strong language, reprehensible language on both sides.
I assume you would condemn putting up a Supreme Court justice's children's, what school they go to, what church they attend. You don't condone doing that sort of thing, do you?
Look, I may personally find certain comments or statements reprehensible or not acceptable, but in my role at the National Security Division, we look at threats of violence and we prosecute those at the same time that we protect Americans' rights to enjoy their First Amendment rights.
Let me ask you this. Another leftist group shut down D.C., offered bounties to D.C. industry workers, waiters, et cetera, for reporting confirmed sightings of conservative justices, and additional money if the justices were still at the establishment 30 minutes after the initial report. Is offering bounties for sightings of justices helpful when we're trying to avert violent extremism?
So again, our goal is to investigate and prosecute crimes, threats of violence, and violence. It is one of our cherished protections that people can speak out under the First Amendment and do so in ways that obviously many people, if not most, don't agree with. That's part of what it means to be an American.
Well, they're putting a lot of lives at danger, and I know my time's expired, so I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Attorney General Olson, for your service. We appreciate your testimony here today. Just please confirm that your job is to prevent, disrupt, investigate, and prosecute all forms of terrorism. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And does that include both foreign and domestic?
It does.
And are you committed to protecting in your work the constitutional rights and civil liberties of all Americans?
I am.
Regardless of the color of their skin, their gender, sexual orientation, religion?
Yes.
You know, as a former law enforcement officer, contrary to some of my colleagues who really like to pick and choose who they want to prosecute based on political party or if it serves their political agenda by any by any means necessary. But Mr. Olson, I can assure you that I am committed to holding all violators of the law accountable. And I do believe that those who are most dangerous, those who are most engaged in the most heinous behavior should be held accountable first. We've heard a lot of talk about the school board. You know, as a parent who has attended school board meetings like you, parents are supposed to be involved in what's happening with their children in school. But you know, and I can tell you, I've never seen any parental behavior that even comes close, even as a law enforcement officer, to the violent, deadly behavior that we all were subjected to on January 6th. However, my colleagues seldom talk about that unless it's in an effort to explain their inaction or it is an effort to explain why they should ignore subpoenas. Matter of fact, my colleagues on the other side said, if you did not know better, you would think it was a normal tourist visit. Well, it certainly was not that, nor do they talk a whole lot about Uvalde or Buffalo or Pulse nightclub that is in my district, bomb threats against HBCUs, synagogues. Mr. Olson, you talked about the unit that you have formed within your department that will investigate domestic terrorism. Could you just talk a little bit more about that, or staffing, resources? Where are we? Are you able to meet the goals of that unit, or what do you still need from Congress to help you to be able to fulfill that mission?
I really appreciate this opportunity, but we formed that unit with the existing attorneys that we had within the counterterrorism section. So it's starting small, but we're going to grow it to meet the threat. What I can tell you is, as I said in my opening, when we look at the threat across the board, whether it comes from violence against public officials at the state and local level, all the way to attacks like what we saw in Buffalo, but in particular, the January 6th attack stands apart. It represents now the single largest domestic terrorism investigation in the nation's history. More than 800 arrests, hundreds of those for felonies. I think it's important as we talk about the range of threats that we be clear-eyed and understand the threat that that attack posed to American democracy as individuals involved in that attack sought to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. And that's why our unit, our organization, the National Security Division, is joined in partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Washington, D.C., and the Criminal Division of the Justice Department to make sure that we have all the resources to bring to bear on what amounts to one of the most wide-ranging investigations in history, which really reflects the significance and gravity of that day and the days leading up to it.
You would really think that the Judiciary Committee of the United States House of Representatives would be really concerned about the most wide-ranging investigation that involved trying to not certify a free and fair election. That is not the case, as all of America who's been watching knows today. I want to very quickly ask you, you made a statement to a question from Congresswoman Jackson Lee earlier about the millions of 702 queries that likely resulted in a search for victims of a cyber breach. Mr. Olson, was that related to the court's cyber breach?
I don't think I can talk about it in this setting. The reason for those searches, I can tell you that it was related to a cyber, an investigation of a cyber attack.
Okay, all right. So that's something that we can, in another setting.
Absolutely. Happy to
more
talk
information.
about this with you and others on the committee in a classified
My
setting.
time is up, but thank you again for doing God's work. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
We now have 2 votes on the House floor. Therefore, the committee will recess until immediately after the last vote. The committee stands in recess.
Committee will now come to order. I'll now recognize gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes of questions. Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Olson, is it illegal under federal law to picket or parade in front of a justice's residence with the intent to influence or intimidate their decisions?
Hard for me to answer a question in the hypothetical, Congressman.
Well, let me read you the statute then. Whoever with the intent of interfering with, obstructing, or impeding the administration of justice, or with the intent of influencing any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of his duty, pickets or parades in or near a building housing a court of the United States, or in or near a building or residence occupied or used by such a judge, juror, witness, or court officer, or with such intent uses any sound truck or similar device or residence shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both. Is that news to you? This is the first time you've ever heard of that statute?
No, I'm aware. And
well, then I
familiar with the
ask for a
statute.
little more candor in your answers to my questions. Why is that law not being enforced?
That law will be enforced like all federal laws based on the evidence that we were able to obtain.
We are watching
of the law.
videos of this occurring quite regularly in front of justices' residence. Why is it not being prosecuted?
We prosecute the laws based on the evidence and facts that we're able to obtain in every particular
You've said
case.
that multiple times. That's not an answer to the question. Your department's put enormous resources into investigating and prosecuting the disruption of our January 6th joint session of Congress. How does this compare with the resources into investigating and prosecuting threats and intimidation of members of the Supreme Court?
I will tell you that with respect just to the concerns that I think are serious, that involve threats of violence and against members of the Supreme Court.
Are you putting the same effort?
Prosecuting.
Are you putting the same effort and resources in prosecuting the intimidation,
assassination, and we are adding security to the Marshal Service to the members of the
How
Supreme
do those
Court.
resources compare with what you've put into the riots on January 6th?
I think that's apples and oranges. It's very hard to say. One event.
In a sense, I think you're right.
One event, we're applying the resources necessary to address the threat in that case,
the
and in
electoral
another case,
count.
we're applying the resources commensurate with the threat in that case.
The electoral count resumed the moment the last of these yahoos was kicked out of this building. The would-be assassin of Justin Kavanaugh made it very clear that by killing a conservative Supreme Court justice or two, he could single-handedly change the majority of the court. And unfortunately, I think that equation is correct. Do you consider that as grave a threat to the constitutional order as a lunatic wearing buffalo horns entering this building?
So, with respect to Justice Kavanaugh, that was a very serious crime, and an individual has been charged with attempted assassination.
Well,
in connection
you've
with Justice
refused
Kavanaugh.
to prosecute the multiple demonstrations that are in violation of federal law that have been occurring in front of Supreme Court justices' homes, and then you're just shocked, that an assassin shows up at his doorstep. I find that astonishing for an officer given the trust that you have been given by the United States government. By failing to enforce the laws that protect the safety of Supreme Court justices, aren't you in effect sending an open season message to extremists across the country?
We're enforcing the laws based on the facts and the evidence in every case. And in fact, as I've said, we have charged an individual with attempted assassination involving Justice Kavanaugh. We've added security for the justices. We've supported legislation to add security to the justices. We are taking that threat very seriously.
Turned a blind eye to the laws that protect those justices in their homes. I find that shocking.
I categorically reject the characterization of our actions as turning a blind eye.
There are no actions, Mr. Olson. There is
that.
total inaction when it comes to enforcing that law that you originally pretended you hadn't even heard of. How big a threat do the Mexican crime cartels and the affiliated gangs pose to the security and safety of the American people?
The threat from cartels and is certainly a criminal threat.
We've had 900,000 gotaways because the Border Patrol has been completely overwhelmed by this mass migration along our southern border. We know that there were 5,000 or more terrorists released from Parowan detention facility when this administration unconditionally surrendered to the Taliban. How many of those terrorists do you imagine are among the 900,000 gotaways that we were unable to intercept? We know that we were able to intercept 60.
So I would want to verify the veracity of your assertions before responding to that
Well,
question.
here's my fear. I think you're tracking down and prosecuting.
Time, but if the witness wishes to answer the question.
No, I just have no basis to ascertain the truth of those assertions, so I'd want to verify that before trying to answer that question.
I'm sorry, do you question the
Thank you
reports
very
of
much.
900,000 gotaways?
Mr. McClintock, thank you very much. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes of question. Mr. Olson, sir, first of all, let me thank you for your service. You got a tough job. Defense of our country, our citizens. You have to play 100% defense. You can't let them score any way, form, or manner. If I can, let me turn to cyber a little bit, cybersecurity. Question, at what point does a cyber attack on our nation constitute a declaration of war? We recently had an attack on our federal court system. Brazen, unbelievable. It's a rhetorical question. I don't think you can answer that, but the point is made, which is cyber is an attack on our nation, and it's a deadly attack in many ways. I presume you're concerned with the increasing cyber attacks, threats from Russia and China and other actors?
Yes, absolutely.
This committee recently considered legislation that requires American companies to open their hardware and software to third parties, which could allow some of these actors, China, Russia, and others, to have additional access to U.S. consumer data. Doesn't this pose a cybersecurity risk?
So look, the cyber threat is a vast and complicated one. The National Security Division, we're focused on nation-state type attacks, particularly as you mentioned, sir, China and Russia. China actually probably is the most significant actor when it comes to cyber-enabled espionage. It is a challenge for both the government, public sector, and the private sector. And it's one that we are very focused on at the Justice Department in terms of investigating and prosecuting, but we're part of a broad, all-of-government approach that includes Homeland Security and the intelligence community.
You've essentially said that we're seeing nation states and their proxies increase their cyber-enabled means in ways that threaten our democracy and our economic institutions. Wouldn't forcing these platforms open allow the bad actors to have increased access into our systems?
So I think it's incumbent on the government, that includes the Justice Department and Homeland Security, as well as the intelligence community, to work with the private sector, in particular the large technology companies, to make sure that we have a joint effort to address these types of
These large companies have a competitive edge, a magic potion here to work with you hand in hand to defend our nation from cyber.
My experience has been that the large companies, large technology companies, are very open to working with the government when it comes to improving the nation's cybersecurity.
They're open
as well as
to,
other
but they have a vested interest, a business interest, to make sure they also play 100% defense.
I think we have our interests are aligned in many ways when it comes to cybersecurity. That is our interest, the interests of the private sector and the government.
Mr. Olson, I understand that the executive branch has been reviewing these tech antitrust legislation that I was talking about, and you've been part of this review, it's my understanding?
I'm sorry, the review of the legislation.
The antitrust
Yes.
legislation.
Yes, sir, absolutely. My division was part of the department's review of that legislation.
And we've seen concerns raised by former national security experts on both sides concerning these antitrust bills. Is it fair to say that if you have concerns, you'll provide this committee with that information at the right time?
Yes, we have provided a letter from the Justice Department in support of the legislation. I'm prepared to continue to work on that with this committee if there are additional concerns that need to be addressed.
But you will bring some of those concerns if they are there to this committee?
Yes, I continue to work with this committee and others in Congress on this issue.
I'd like to submit a letter without objections for the record, titled Open Letter from Former Defense, Intelligence, Homeland Security, Cyber Officials Calling for National Security Review of Congressional TAC Legislation, without objection. And let me just say that, again, cyber is a new warfare. We are in a state of war in cyber. And I think it's important that your voice be a clear one when it comes to some of this legislation. This legislation primarily applies to American companies, yet a lot of the foreign firms, Huawei, TikTok, many others, do not seem to fall under the purview of this legislation. And I believe it's important that before we go off and go after our own firms, that we make sure that we're not doing unintentional harms to our national defense when it comes to cyber.
I understand.
I'm out of time. With that being said, committee needs to take a moment to address technical issues. Committee will suspend. Committee now resumes, I should say, and Mr. Bishop, you're called for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assistant Attorney General Olson, in April, in one of the DOJ's highest profile domestic terrorism cases, a federal jury appears to have found that the FBI entrapped people in a matter involved in an alleged plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan. The jury acquitted 2 defendants and hung on 2 others. You're familiar with that case, sir?
Yes, sir, I am familiar with that particular prosecution.
All right. You've emphasized the importance of the DOJ's domestic terrorism mission, or of that risk central to the national security mission.
Yes.
Is that case a fair representation of how DOJ is handling domestic terrorism matters?
I would include that case among many others that are part of our efforts to ensure that people who serve in public office are safe.
I think the importance is undeniable. The question is whether that's what FBI is doing. Let me just go on a little further. The evidence that the jury heard, mostly in text messages and testimony of agents and informants of the FBI, was that the FBI did not discover an existing scheme and take the plot, collect evidence and take down plotters. Instead, the FBI appears to have contrived the plot, used its informants to draw people into the plot, and provided logistical and financial support to what was, in effect, an FBI operation. And the board behind me details just some of the resources that were devoted to the op. You had a lead informant, a guy named Big Dan, who was paid $54,000 over 6 months to pretend to lead a fake militia to recruit really disadvantaged and unstable men from a Facebook discussion group. One of them was living in the cellar of a vacuum repair shop. FBI paid travel expenses for people involved, food, even alcoholic beverages to take the targeted folks to a militia conference out of state. There were more than a dozen FBI informants involved in the process, undercover FBI agent, several of them, one of whom purported to teach how to make a bomb and used a bomb video produced by the FBI. At one point, according to the New York Times, there was a nighttime surveillance at Governor Whitmer's vacation cabin, and 4 of the participants were informants, including Big Dan, or undercover agents. At one point, when the group was sort of falling apart in August 2020, the FBI handler congratulated Big Dan, said, quote, "Look at you, bringing people together." Now, he congratulated him for breathing new life into the plot. Not as well known, the same FBI agent, Jason Chambers, coached Big Dan in a parallel scheme to recruit folks into a contrived plot against former Virginia Governor Northam. And at one point, he was asked by Big Dan how to couch the plan to one of the recruits, and Chambers wrote, quote, "Mission is to kill the governor," specifically. So again, now that's the evidence I understand from the trial. Don't know that it's a complete sampling of it, Mr. Attorney General, but is that the kind of conduct that DOJ and FBI are engaged in pursuing domestic terrorism matters?
So I'm sure you can appreciate that case, as you know, involves defendants charged with kidnapping the governor of Michigan. It's an ongoing case. The judge has ordered a retrial, and that retrial is set. Given that it's an ongoing case, I simply can't comment on any of the questions you've asked.
Well, it's not ongoing as to 2 defendants. They've been acquitted by a jury. I understand that DOJ has decided to retry 2 other defendants, but the evidence is what the evidence has been. That's been public. There's been media stories written about it across the ideological spectrum. It's not like this is some kind of right-wing notion. Don't those revelations impair the credibility of the FBI, which you said earlier is very important?
Again, that case is, the judge has ordered that case be retried. It's an ongoing matter, and I can't comment further.
How many FBI informants, agents, respectively, were involved in that operation?
I'm not going to comment about that particular case.
How much did the FBI spend on it?
It's an ongoing case. It's set for retrial, so I'm not going to comment on it.
The alleged Whitmer plot was announced October 7, 2020, within a month before the U.S. presidential election. How come that timing for the FBI's announcement of this plot?
That's an ongoing case. I'm not going to comment on it. I can tell you that in every case We follow the facts and the evidence and the law, and we do so without regard to politics or ideology.
FBI's got a notorious history on exactly that kind of thing, and you have no comment about that exposure of that during the month before the presidential election, or the propriety of
Gentleman's
doing
time has
it.
expired. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania
I'll let
is
him answer the
recognized.
question. Usually that's the practice, is he gets to answer the question that I posed.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I did ask a question.
Okay, yes, you may answer the question.
That's an ongoing case. It's set for a retrial. The judge has set it for a retrial, so I'm not going to comment further.
Thank you. Now the gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Olson, for appearing today to speak to the Department of Justice's work on a number of matters involving our national security. As you indicated in your testimony, domestic violent extremists are one of the most significant and a growing threat that America and the Department of Justice must grapple with, as these individuals often radicalize online and are motivated by a mix of ideologies and grievances. In recent years, domestic terrorists have directed hate-fueled threats and deadly attacks at institutions including predominantly black churches, Sikh temples, and synagogues. Racially motivated extremists have gunned down shoppers at stores in El Paso and Buffalo, and we've seen a rise in political violence directed against elected officials and other public servants, including election workers and school officials. Domestic disinformation and domestic extremism often go hand in hand, and we've seen the perverse conspiracy theories and disinformation that motivate far-right extremists being spread precisely to sow hate within our communities, and that they can spiral into acts of violence. They also work to undermine our foundational institutions, including our elections. Conspiracy theories and hate-filled ideologies have migrated from the fringes of American society into public discourse and political propaganda through the efforts of both foreign adversaries and domestic political opportunists. The plain truth is that words matter, and while the First Amendment gives broad protection to free speech, elected officials and other leaders abuse the public trust and their responsibility to their constituents when they embrace and amplify disinformation, whether that disinformation concerns lies about election results, anti-government conspiracy theories, or thinly veiled attacks on religious minorities or other marginalized groups. So can you discuss a little bit how disinformation on social media is used in extremist recruitment?
Yes. The challenge that we face with individuals who consume rhetoric or hateful content online is that that information is so easily available to individuals who may be alone, who act in very small groups, and compared to decades ago or even several years ago, there's more of that content online, and it tends to accelerate someone who may be inclined to believe in this information, accelerate them on the path toward becoming radicalized. And again, ultimately the concern we have is that that individual or group may become mobilized to carry out acts of violence that violate federal law. And much of that conduct is protected under the First Amendment, the speech itself, but identifying that line, especially when it happens in private, online, identifying when someone's crossed that line from free speech to planning a violent attack, for example, which is not protected, can be very difficult for the FBI and other investigative agencies. And I think that's one of the challenges we face.
So I guess that is my question. What can Congress do other than individual members taking care not to repeat or amplify disinformation to support the Department of Justice's efforts to disrupt radicalization?
Well, look, I think hearings like today that focus on this issue are helpful. I think we've asked for and obtained resources from Congress, particularly around the January 6th attack. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, D.C., which has done an admirable job in leading that effort, has been able to increase its ranks to go after based on funding from Congress. And I think as well, the work of the Select Committee has done an exceptional job shining a light on the events of January 6th and the days leading up to that day, so that the American people have a better understanding of what was at stake in an effort to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, which is a pillar of our democracy.
Thank you. You've been quite clear that politics doesn't play a role in the Department of Justice's decisions to investigate or charge criminal conduct. Is it fair to say that a person's parental status also doesn't play a role in DOJ's decisions to investigate or charge potential criminal conduct, such as threats of violence directed against school officials or their families?
Of course.
Okay. I have no further questions. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is now recognized.
I thank the chair. Has the Department of Justice prosecuted a single case against individuals demonstrating at the residence of Supreme Court justices in violation of USC 1507?
I'm not aware that there's been a case brought under that particular statute.
So the answer is no. Does the purposeful movement of human beings and dangerous narcotics to the tune of 107,000 dead Americans across our border by armed and organized cartels pose a danger to the national security of the United States?
So I'm not familiar with the facts that you're referring to.
You're not familiar with cartels and their involvement with 107,000 dead Americans related to fentanyl. You don't believe that you can't comment on whether that poses a danger to the national security of the United States?
I'm not familiar with the facts that you're referring to. I will say that there's no doubt that the movement of illegal drugs across our borders poses a threat to the safety and well-being of Americans.
What about threats to Border Patrol agents, such as signs displayed on the Rio Grande threatening to kill Border Patrol, or gunfire on the streets of Texas? Would that pose a national security threat to the United States?
You know, I don't know specifically what you're referring to, but obviously acts of violence directed at our law enforcement, federal or state, is a significant concern and one that we take very seriously.
A question before from one of my colleagues about known gotaways. He said 500,000. How about simply the 389,000 known gotaways that the Attorney General actually testified under oath here in the House of Representatives, accepting that fact that the Attorney General testified, I'm sorry, that might have been the Secretary of Homeland Security testified under oath. Knowing that, known gotaways, would that pose a danger to the national security of the United States?
I'm just not familiar with the facts that you're referring to.
The Secretary of Homeland Security
to
testified
generally.
in this body. Assuming that fact, would you accept that as posing a danger to the national security of the United States?
I'm comfortable talking about cases that we are bringing or that we have brought that are a matter of public record where we've proven cases in court. I would prefer not to comment on hypotheticals.
Which poses a greater danger to the American national security, cartels or parents at school board meetings?
I mean, look, in groups, violent gangs that move drugs or are involved in acts of violence are a significant threat.
They pose a greater danger to the United States than do parents at school board meetings?
I would certainly have to agree with that. I would agree that, as a general proposition, being a parent myself,
I thank you for that.
Gangs and violent groups pose a greater threat to the American people.
I thank you for that.
That's
candor.
a serious question.
Is the Department of Justice still operating under the memorandum issued by the Attorney General Merrick Garland on October 4th, 2021, in which he said, quote, disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence to school boards? Are they still operating under that memorandum?
The Attorney General's guidance from last fall is
Continues
still in
operation.
effect. Yes, sir.
And the press release that was issued, Justice Department addresses violent threats against school officials and teachers. Your division is mentioned. Why?
So the National Security Division is part of a broader array of components of the Justice Department that are part of that effort to ensure that people who serve on local school boards or other bodies are safe.
You think parents at school boards rise to the level of the National Security Division at the Department of Justice?
I certainly think it's possible that there could be a threat or an act of violence against somebody in a local office, whether it's city council or school board, that might reflect a domestic violent extremist attack.
So you're saying yes. Is it appropriate to use the Patriot Act against parents?
So the Patriot Act is a variety of tools. I can't talk about it in the abstract.
Did the National School Boards Association recommend the use of the Patriot Act and describe that the actions of parents at school boards are the equivalent to domestic terrorism preceding the memo issued by the Department of Justice?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
You don't know that there was a memorandum put out by the National School Board Association referring to domestic terrorism and the use of the Patriot Act prior to the Attorney General of the United States issuing a memorandum directly targeting and focusing on school boards. You don't know?
I've heard you and other members of this committee make reference to that today.
You're the head of the National Security Division, in which it's mentioned in the press release that goes out, and you don't know. You don't know. You're testifying under oath here before us that you don't know anything about that.
No, I've heard of that letter. I don't know exactly what it says.
Do you support the tagging of alleged threats involving schools or school boards as edu officials, as was made public via whistleblower?
So I think how the FBI characterizes its cases is a question that's better posed to the FBI.
One last question on a different topic. I sent a letter on July 11th requesting the Department of Justice conduct a thorough review of the Live Golf Limited and its potential violation of FARA. with respect to the $1 billion that the Saudi Arabians have pumped into targeting the PGA Tour, believing that that is a, quote, great thing for the image of Saudi Arabia, or, quote, an incredible investment for Saudi Arabia. That would seem to require some FARA registrations. I'm unaware of those registrations occurring. And asking my question, would you respond to that letter that we sent to the Department of Justice and brief members on that issue?
I'll take that question back to our Leg Affairs office, yes.
Thank you.
And the gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Chairman Nadler for convening this very critical hearing. Attacks on minority communities and individuals are becoming an existential threat to our democracy and our nation. White supremacists have worked their way into our government institutions. Some would say they have the Republican Party in a chokehold. Some would also suggest that congressional enablers welcome their violence with encouragement and enthusiasm. They call insurrectionists patriots and defenders of freedom. They criticize their jail conditions when they've had a blind eye to the massive incarceration of Black and brown people in our country disproportionately. My Republican colleagues' refusal to combat instances of domestic terrorism motivated by racism violates my constituents' civil rights and liberties to live without fear of retaliation against their identities. Texas is not immune to the increasing rate of hate crimes since 2016. The shooting in El Paso, Texas on August of 2019 was motivated by anti-Latino and anti-immigrant sentiments harbored by the perpetrator of the shooting. Anti-Hispanic hatred is an inherent part of white supremacy ideology. The shooter claimed the attack was a justified response to the Hispanic invasion of Texas. He alluded to the Great Replacement, a conspiracy theory central to white nationalist ideology. These racist ideas are not a political anomaly, but rather the most extreme outgrowth of a white supremacist political culture. That racism, anti-Hispanic sentiment, anti-Semitism, and homophobia remain pressing problems in the United States and are reflected in 2019 hate crime increases. Congress must find ways to address the relationship between anti-immigrant rhetoric and domestic terrorism to prevent future acts of domestic terrorism. It is also critical for our friends across the aisle to collaborate with Democrats and put people over politics and put all of this terrorism behind us and be about protecting our democracy. Sir, I wanted to ask you a question about the interrelationship and the connectedness of all this, and I know that much has been said about some of the pro-abortion extremists, but I want to just say that according to the latest reports I've seen, anti-abortion extremists have been responsible for at least 11 murders, 26 attempted murders, 42 bombings, 194 arsons, and thousands of incidents of criminal activity directed at abortion providers since 1977, including thousands and thousands of trespassing charges, criminal mischief, vandalism. I mean, the list goes on. It's pages and pages of all of this. I think it said 2,224 trespassing charges. And it also talks about the connection between the anti-abortion extremists and the January 6th insurrectionists, that they overlap, and that one of the convicted arsonists and anti-abortion extremists live streamed from outside the Capitol on January 6th. Another one was a frequent protester at abortion clinics and entered the Capitol and was later charged, and the list goes on. So what is the interconnectedness between the extremists? I mean, do they do all acts of terror domestically, or is there some that lean more toward the hate crimes against Hispanics and Blacks and some towards the abortion clinics?
So it's an interesting question, because what we have seen, and the intelligence community has made this assessment, that violent extremists are often motivated by a mix of ideologies and don't necessarily fit neatly into one category or another. They may consume a variety of content, for example, online, that feeds into a worldview that causes them to become radicalized and ultimately move to violence. But it's sometimes difficult to pinpoint a particular ideology or a particular viewpoint. What I do know from the data is that individuals who are motivated by racial animus and individuals motivated by anti-government views account for the greatest number of lethal attacks in the U.S. In recent years. But the FBI seeks, when it identifies a case as a domestic violent extremist case, to categorize it as one category or another. But as my conversations with the experts has suggested to me, it's very difficult in some cases to pinpoint a particular ideology. The fundamental point for us at the Justice Department is that we prosecute acts of violence and threats of violence without regard to ideology or politics.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Madam Chair, I also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the 2021 violence and disruption statistics prepared by the National Abortion Federation. Also 3 articles that I won't read all the titles, but they're all related to hate crimes and President Biden's funding of the police and other issues related to this hearing today.
Without objection. The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Benz, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Olson, for being here today. Is your department purchasing data from third parties and then using that data for investigatory purposes?
So the National Security Division, what I lead, does not engage in purchasing data. So the answer to your question in terms of the work that I do is no, we're not involved in purchasing.
What about other aspects, other agencies, parts of the department?
So I can't speak across the board in answer to that question, Congressman. I can say in general that, in terms of carrying out its National Security Division, the investigative agencies within the Justice Department, the FBI, and others operate under a series of rules and laws that protect American citizens' privacy and civil liberties.
Stop. They're purchasing data, and they're trying to follow the law while they do it. I've heard, and to quote Secretary Mayorkas speaking to the Aspen Security Forum just last week, he said, "Look, the border is secure." Do you agree with our border is secure?
I'm not familiar with his remarks at that conference.
Well, let's take it from me. I'm quoting. This is his remark. I simply want to know if you agree, is our southern border secure?
So I would defer to the Secretary of Homeland Security and in his judgment on that question.
And so that means your department has nothing to do with the border. Is that what you're saying?
And we certainly are involved in the investigation and prosecution of crimes around the borders of the country. But in terms of the overall border security,
given the incredible number of folks coming across and the number of prosecutions, you perhaps would surmise or maybe guess or hint at the fact that the southern border is not secure. You wouldn't be down there if it was. Is that correct?
We certainly are involved in making sure that individuals who violate federal law are investigated and prosecuted.
And there's a bunch of them. Let's go. There's a great deal of hyperbole about what's our greatest threat. We hear a lot about domestic violence, but I've read that the FBI thinks that China's the greatest threat. Who is the greatest threat, in your opinion? Or is that just the wrong way to approach this?
Honestly, sir, I think that's probably the wrong question to ask. I think we have a number of significant threats, and we need to make sure that our efforts and authorities and resources are aligned, commensurate with the threats we face.
On October 21st, the Attorney General appeared before this committee, and I asked him if he would please focus on a situation occurring down in my state, Oregon, Southern Oregon, where we've had a very significant number of very, very large, excuse me, and extremely wealthy cartels from all around the world move in to start raising incredible amounts of marijuana. The numbers are in the billions of dollars retail value of that which is being raised in Southern Oregon. And I asked the Attorney General if he would please help, if he would please send additional folks to Oregon to try to stop what's going on. And part of it involves the theft of immense amounts of water. We're in an incredible drought, and we have these cartels come. People might laugh at that out here where there's nothing but water, but not back where I'm from. And then the fact that people are carrying AK-47s into grocery stores, the fact that there are people being locked into their homes as cartels move huge amounts of marijuana out of the state. What's your department doing to try to head off this threat?
So what you described sounds extremely concerning. I don't have, obviously, firsthand knowledge. And in fact, the National Security Division, typically wouldn't be involved in what you're describing, which sounds like what would be handled by our criminal division in terms of drug or weapons violations. So I would probably have to ask the Criminal Division and our Legislative Affairs Office respond to that
I
question.
think it's safe to say that the cartels are making billions of dollars and using that in turn to bring in all kinds of drugs that are killing up to upwards of 100,000 people a year. And you would think that that would fit within your mission statement, which I have right here in front of me, which is to protect the United States, carry out the department's highest priority to protect and defend the United States against the full range of national security threats. This would appear to me to be one. Would you disagree?
I think the way we've divided up responsibility within the Justice Department is that our federal narcotics laws and weapons laws are, by and large, enforced by other parts of the Justice Department.
Well, would you be so kind as to reach out to those other parts and tell them that we in Oregon need help? And the situation, in my opinion, is one that rises to a national level, given the fact that that marijuana is being sold right on the streets here in Washington, D.C. And thank you again for being here, and look forward to your helping us out here in Oregon.
Understood. Thank you.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Olson, for your service at the Department of Justice and for answering the committee's questions today. Throughout this Congress, this committee has made it a priority to examine the federal government's surveillance and data collection practices, and protecting the due process rights of all Americans has been paramount in our work. One particular area of concern has been the DOJ's use of non-disclosure orders, or NDOs. These court-ordered NDOs prevent technology service providers like Google, Apple, or Verizon from notifying their customers that the government has seized their personal records or emails from the provider. And during a hearing before this committee in June of last year, executives from some of our nation's largest tech companies testified that they received thousands of these NDOs from the DOJ every year. In fact, leaders from Microsoft indicated that they receive 7 to 10 of these gag orders every single day. While the use of these secrecy orders may be justifiable on national security merits, the volume and frequency with which the NDOs are utilized raises concerns about their misuse or their overuse. And the fact that journalists and members of Congress were swept up in investigations involving NDOs, potentially implicating First Amendment liberties and separation of powers, calls for additional scrutiny into these processes. In response, I joined a bipartisan group of my colleagues from this committee in introducing the NDO Fairness Act to provide more guardrails around the use of NDOs, including by raising the legal standard to a strict scrutiny analysis, establishing a 30-day limit on NDO's effectiveness, requiring notice to be given to customers 72 hours after the expiration of the NDO, and allowing providers to contest the gag orders in court. I was pleased that this much-needed oversight bill passed through the House of Representatives in June. I hope the Senate will take it up very soon. So, Mr. Olson, I'd like to ask you some questions about 18 U.S.C. 2705B and the DOJ's use of the NDOs. Prior to this committee's examination of the issue and subsequent passage of the NDO Fairness Act, had the department considered changing 2705B policies to prevent the overuse of gag orders by DOJ prosecutors?
Mr. Congressman, I'm not aware of prior policy or consideration around the use of non-disclosure orders. If I may, I can tell you that as a former federal prosecutor, non-disclosure orders can be an appropriate and important part of a criminal investigation to preserve the integrity of the investigation. They are subject to constraints, time limits. They must be issued by a judge. They typically would only be appropriate in cases where we are seeking to protect someone's life or to protect against the destruction of evidence. I am aware that there are concerns about their overuse. I'm aware of those concerns, and because they do impose restrictions on third parties. But I do think there are constraints that apply to their use.
On May 27, 2022, Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco released a memo providing a prosecutorial clarity on 270B procedures. The memo includes reminders that, quote, a protective order should be sought only after prosecutor engages in a case and fact-specific analysis, unquote, and, quote, a prosecutor must provide a court with sufficient facts to permit the court to conduct the same case and fact-specific analysis, unquote. Why do you believe DOJ prosecutors were required to have this reminder?
I'm not exactly sure what was the reason for the Deputy Attorney General's memo, but I do find the language you read to be appropriate and consistent with my experience that non-disclosure orders should be issued only based on the particular facts in a case where such an order would be justified, again, to protect against danger to a witness, for example, or against the destruction of evidence.
In June 2021, executives from tech companies and communication providers testified to this committee that there was merely a, quote, rubber stamp process, unquote, for obtaining these gag orders in court. Have DOJ prosecutors been treating 2705 beep requests as rubber stamp process, as the providers allege?
So again, I can't speak generally to how prosecutors around the country are using those orders. I do agree very much with the policy from the Deputy Attorney General that they should be viewed and used only on a case-by-case basis where the circumstances warrant.
Okay, lastly, Mr. Olson, will you commit to conducting a review of the National Security Division's usage of 2705B orders?
If I may, I would like to consider how we would respond to that question and get back to you.
Okay, look forward to hearing your response soon. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Olson, in your opening statement, it kind of surprised me that you called the January 6th investigation the largest in the history of the National Security Division. I'm just surprised that you kind of led with that in your opening statement. Would you again state for the record what you're investigating as a division and the scope of the investigation?
Sir, with respect to January 6th in particular?
Right.
Yes. I mean, the reason I said that that investigation stands apart as the largest domestic terrorism investigation in U.S. history. The FBI has characterized that investigation and opened it as a domestic terrorism investigation. It is, as the Attorney General has said, the most wide-ranging investigation in U.S. history. The numbers speak for themselves. Over 850 people have been arrested, many, if not most of those, for felonies. It includes serious charges, very serious charges involving assaults on police officers, obstruction of Congress, seditious conspiracy. So it has touched on every state in terms of the FBI field offices and every state in terms of the U.S. attorney's offices around the country that are involved. So by several measures in scale and significance, the significance being that it involved an effort to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, which is one of the pillars of our democracy. By all of those measures, I feel justified in describing it as an investigation that stands apart in our history.
So you yourself said the division investigates, quote, threats of violence. What threats was the division aware of on the days that led up to January 6th?
So I think there's, I don't know exactly how to respond to the question of what threats the National Security Division was aware of because I wasn't at the National Security Division at the time. I came in the office later. I do think that there was information.
You're aware of what the investigation includes at this point, I'm sure, right?
Absolutely. Again, we're working on that case in partnership with the D.C.
Would
U.S.
you
Attorney's
say that
Office.
DOJ and the FBI failed to anticipate the threats of January 6th or failed to prepare for the threats?
I think the level of violence it speaks for itself. I think we always want to learn to do better when it comes to anticipating something that I think we didn't necessarily anticipate in terms of the level of violence that occurred in the run-up to January 6th. So
do better.
We always need to continue to learn from that.
Yeah, do better might be soft-selling it here. Has there been any coordination between the DOJ and the House of Representatives January 6th committee?
I'm aware of our requests from the Department of Justice for access to transcripts from the Select Committee, but other than that, the answer is no. These are two separate investigations, one by Congress and another by a co-equal branch of government. That's the executive branch, and both of us have a job to do. They're different, and we're continuing to do that.
There are news reports stating that DOJ is considering more charges related to January 6th, but rather than violent acts, these charges are based on speech or verbal communications rather than any of the violence or the threats that were experienced on that day. Is this accurate? Is this actually happening as we sit here today?
So the Department of Justice does not conduct its investigations in public, and that's for a couple reasons. One is to protect those who may be within the scope of the investigation, in other words, those who may ultimately be accused, as well as to protect the integrity of the investigation. So I'm not going to talk about the trajectory or the direction of the ongoing investigation into the events of January 6th and the days leading up to it.
Well, you made some comments earlier based on questions asked by Mr. Jeffries and Mr. Raskin that were, inside what you're actually investigating. That's why I just asked it. Let me just move on. Is what Speaker Pelosi knew regarding potential threats and her preparations or lack thereof something that is off the table, or is that something that could be investigated as well by DOJ?
So again, I'm not going to discuss anything about that ongoing investigation. What I can tell you is it's our obligation at the Justice Department to uphold the rule of law. The rule of law is what distinguishes us from dictatorships and autocracies. And a central tenet of the rule of law is that no one, no matter their status, is above the law. And we will continue to pursue the facts and the evidence and apply the law in the course of our investigation of the January 6th attack.
In my final 30 seconds, I'd just like to go back to my colleague from Rhode Island pointing out that President Biden's DOJ has endorsed the American Online Innovation and Choice Act. Even after the revisions, several national security officials have raised concerns that the bill could limit U.S. tech companies' ability to fight cyber threats and other national security risks. Are you aware if the Department of Defense or any intelligence agencies outside of DOJ were consulted prior to Acting Assistant Attorney General Juan sending the letters of support on the American Online Innovation and Choice Act?
It would be normal order for legislation to go through a process that involved a number of different departments and agencies. I know that we were consulted, and I know that ultimately the Department of Justice came out in favor of that legislation, and that national security risks we felt in the National Security Division were addressed by the legislation and the particular changes that were adopted.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Assistant Attorney General Olson, thank you very much for your service to our country and, of course, for your testimony here today. As you shared in your testimony, you, in part, are tasked with addressing the most pressing national security issues of the day. And I believe the online and on-microphone vitriol that so commonly targets women and girls is a most troubling issue. For example, in Uvalde, there were so many signs. While the Uvalde shooting, the deadliest school shooting in a decade, came as a shock to the nation, girls and women who talked with the murderer, whose name I will not keep saying, online, they saw the signs. The women described him as cryptic, demeaning, scary, after he sent angry messages and photos of guns. When the women didn't respond how he wanted, he sometimes threatened to rape or kidnap them, then laughed it off as a joke. I don't think rape is funny. I don't think threats of kidnapping are funny. This man had a public digital footprint available months before he killed, slaughtered, massacred 19 children and 2 of their teachers. He had a history, an online profile of harassment and violent threats. And some members of this very committee choose to stand in public and use the microphone with misogynistic statements as recently as this weekend. So how can an 18-year-old who shared so much hate online, going back to the shooter now, to these girls, do so without punishment or raising an alarm? What can your division tell us?
Well, let me say, first of all, that I share your outrage at the unspeakable tragedy that occurred in Uvalde and unfortunately has occurred too often in other parts of our country. The challenge that I think we face as a country, in particular law enforcement faces, is that individuals who may have mental illnesses or may otherwise be easily persuaded by the availability of online content are able to radicalize, often by themselves or in small groups. It's very hard for law enforcement to see that before it happens. In fact, I think we rely very much on families, educators, communities to be able to report that information to law enforcement so that there is an opportunity to intervene. But again, we've seen too often that that has not happened. You combine that fact with the fact that individuals in this country have access to military-grade weapons and that they are typically choosing to attack vulnerable locations like schools and shopping malls. And you have a series of factors that contribute to a very dangerous situation that unfortunately we've seen play out over and over again, has resulted in mass shootings and tragedies like we saw in Uvalde.
Can I ask you, has your department noticed, collected data to show an increase in the rise of terrorism and violence inspired by misogyny?
So I can't say that I can point to misogyny as a particular viewpoint that is a theme or a thread that I can see throughout the data. Certainly, what we do know, I think, supports your perspective that it can be a range of viewpoints, some of it informed by hatred of people from certain countries or of certain races, mixed with viewpoints that are hard to understand, but it's a mix of ideologies that often contributes to an individual's radicalization and ultimately taking steps to carry out acts of violence.
I appreciate that, and I would say that the shooter, of course, was not in a position of power, but those in a position of power, I think, have an obligation to use their words very carefully so as not to inspire others to attack women or to mock women. I want to go real quickly, if I may, to Philadelphia, my home city. I'm from suburban Philadelphia. The most recent data from 2020 details 63 people were reported as victims of hate crimes, a 320% increase from 2019. Lest we forget, we are still trying to find all the extremists who stormed the Capitol. I thank you for your efforts in that, and I thank any member of Congress and anyone who has any evidence who's coming forward with that detail. Can you talk about the increase, maybe even specific to my city, maybe not, but the increase in hate crimes across the country?
Yes, and what we have seen is many of the acts that we characterize as domestic terrorism are also hate crimes, Buffalo being the most significant and recent example. That case is being prosecuted as a hate crime. That individual was motivated by racism. There are other matters. There are hate crimes that aren't necessarily acts of domestic terrorism, and those hate crimes are prosecuted by our Civil Rights Division, which has a whole section of criminal prosecutors devoted to prosecuting violations of civil rights, in particular hate crimes. And so I guess I would refer your question to us to take back, and we can bring back more information about hate crimes in particular.
I appreciate that, and I apologize I went over. Mr. Tiffany, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be interested if your son wants to get a job in the National Security Division when he reaches adulthood. You commented about the rule of law sets us apart, and it's a great concern that my constituents have. Many of them come up to me now, average people, good citizens of America, and they say, why do we have a two-tier justice system in America? And one of those, part of the reason they say that is Russia collusion proved to be the biggest hoax perhaps in the history of the United States. Do you think it's acceptable to have an executive law enforcement agency actively engage in sabotaging a political candidate? Think Comey, Strzok, Page, McCabe.
The Justice Department, it's been my experience, having been there for 20 years, 18 years, almost 20 years, but 18 years of time as a career prosecutor and attorney, that in every case, we prosecute cases based on the facts and the law, and there's not
Are you embarrassed
a motivation involving politics or ideology.
We know what the truth is now, that it was a hoax. Does that embarrass you as someone who has served in this position of great trust of the American people? Does that embarrass you that you had 4 people in upper leadership, penultimate leadership? Does that embarrass you that we had those people in that position?
As a career prosecutor, my experience consistently has been that we take action based on facts, evidence, and the law, and we do not act in the Justice Department based on ideology or politics.
The department, clearly they did. The department appointed Susan Hennessy to a senior position with the National Security Division. She's been an outspoken and partisan critic. For example, she extensively commented on the FBI investigation into the allegations that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia, during which she quoted relentlessly and hyped Russia collusion allegations. Ms. Hennessy vouched that Christopher Steele, author of the dossier filled with political opposition research and Russian disinformation, was a person whose work intelligence professionals take seriously. Are you aware of that statement by Ms. Hennessy?
So I'm not going to comment on any members of the workforce of my
Ms.
division.
Hennessy was also a
National
vocal
Security Division.
critic of the U.S. Attorney John Durham's investigation into the targeting of the Trump campaign and transition team, even calling the investigation partisan silliness. Are you aware of that statement?
So I'm not going to comment about any of the
She
particular
works
members
for
of my
you.
division.
Are you aware of that statement?
I'm not going to comment on the work of anyone in my division in particular. What I can tell you is that I hold everyone to the highest standards of legal capability and ethics, and I include Ms. Hennessy
Okay, you
in
bring
that
up the
regard.
issue of ethics. Do you agree that because this investigation is ongoing and in her new role, Ms. Hennessy may exert supervisory functions over this investigation, her previous statement seriously undercuts any perception of her impartiality?
So it's my responsibility as the head of the National Security Division to ensure that everyone in the division follows the rules, and those include the rules of ethics, and I'm confident that I am able to do that, and I'm also confident
Ms.
in the
Hennessy
integrity
deleted tens of thousands of statements on her Twitter account prior to announcing her new position working for your division. Are you aware of that?
I'm absolutely confident in the capabilities and the integrity of Ms. Hennessy.
Do you agree that erasing her past controversial statements about national security matters and hide her political bias raises concerns about a department employee? I mean, would you be concerned? Take Ms. Hennessy's name off from the conversation here, and it is a generic person. Would that concern you as someone hiring these people?
So I'm confident.
Tens of thousands of Twitter posts that are anti-president?
I'm confident in the integrity of the workforce of the National Security Division. I was there when we started the National Security Division in 2006. I spent 3 years as a senior career official there. I returned there in 2021. I have utmost confidence in the excellence and the integrity of that workforce.
So you're not going to remove her? Has Ms. Hennessy recused herself from the Durham investigation?
I'm not going to comment on any particular
Has
members
Ms.
of my
Hennessy
workforce.
received authorization to access any aspect of the Durham investigation?
Not going to comment on any particular members of my workforce. As I will repeat, I have the utmost confidence in the overall integrity
So
and
can we
competence
find out
of my workforce.
as an oversight authority in the Congress of the United States, can we find out if she is exercising that authority? You're not going to tell me here today. Do I have a way to be able to find out if she's going to squelch the Durham investigation?
I'm not going to comment on specific members of the workforce. I can tell you that I have the utmost confidence in every single person who works within the National Security Division.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney General Olson, for joining us today. I'm going to shift focus and ask you to answer some questions about cybersecurity that you haven't been asked yet. In North Carolina, our Attorney General recently announced that 2021 saw a record number of reported data breaches, which have affected more than 2.4 million North Carolinians. My district has felt the impact ransomware attacks on a multi-state infrastructure operation cause, such as the 2021 attack on the Colonial Pipeline. Following this attack, more than 70% of Raleigh gas stations ran out of fuel, leaving my constituents with limited transit options. As you know, Colonial Pipeline paid a ransom to get its systems back online. In June 2021, DOJ directed federal prosecutors to coordinate ransomware investigations with the new Ransomware and Digital Extortion Task Force. Soon after, DOJ was able to work with the IRS and the courts to claw back $2.3 million of a $4.4 million ransom payment paid by Colonial Pipeline to a group using DarkSide ransomware. While this attack was heralded as a great success, no similar actions that we know of have been taken in the intervening years since that success. Is the Colonial Pipeline operation indicative of a new strategy of interagency assistance on behalf of the U.S. government, or was it just a one-off situation because of how great the impact was?
So I do think the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack was constituted a bit of a wake-up call because of the nature of the attack on a portion of our critical infrastructure, Congresswoman. We are engaged now in the Justice Department in a concerted effort to address the challenge of ransomware, which has increased significantly in the past several years. But what we see is cyber attacks, as I think you appreciate, that span the range of threats to our national security, from ransomware to efforts to steal our secret information, to efforts to steal our trade secrets, efforts to interfere with our political process through misinformation, and even efforts to debilitate our critical infrastructure. So cyber-enabled attacks across the board are a significant concern, and in the National Security Division, we particularly focus on those attacks that emanate from nation states. And for that, we are most concerned about China and Russia, and also Iran and North Korea.
Well, in addition to the nation states, we do have these rogue actors, sometimes encouraged or enabled by nation states. And because of the nature of blockchain payments, when the recipient of the payment is anonymous, the trail of payments could be easier to follow. Why is it difficult to simply intercept all cryptocurrency payments made to ransomware gangs?
So I appreciate very much that you seem to have a deep understanding of this challenge. And for one, I totally agree that in some cases it's hard to discern or distinguish between criminal groups and nation states because of the ways in which certain nations might enable or support the work of criminal hacking groups. When it comes to the recovery of crypto payments for ransomware, the challenge there is that these groups are, by nature, seek to hide their steps, and it can make it difficult to identify the movement of money that's paid in ransom. I would note that we did announce, the department announced last year, about a year ago, that we had seized 85% of the bitcoins that Colonial Pipeline had paid as a ransom to the hacking group DarkSide. And we were able to track it and recover that significant portion of that in that case. But that's not always going to be true, again, because these groups, again, by their nature, seek to hide their tracks.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield my time to the gentleman from Ohio, Ranking Member Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Olson, what's the number of DOJ employees who have access to 702 FISA-acquired data?
I don't know the exact number, and it's important to note when I assume your question includes the FBI as DOJ employees, because primarily that's FBI agents and analysts who have access to that data. But I don't have the exact number for you, sir.
Give me an estimate of who can query that database.
Again, I don't have a number, even an estimate on the numbers. What I can tell you is that every single person who can query the 702 database has to be trained and certified in order to have access to that data.
Well, when we got a briefing on December 2nd of last year, Melissa McTuff, who I think works in your division, told us that it could be as high as 10,000 people. And we were like shocked. I mean, we didn't expect it to be one, but we certainly didn't expect it to be thousands. So as the head of the National Security Division, she works for you. She's a lawyer in the National Security Division. She told us it could be, she was one of the briefers, the attorneys there. I don't know if she's the one who said it, but she was in the briefing. We kind of like to know what that number really is, because, I mean, we're getting ready, we got a FISA reauthorization coming up soon, and I think this thing's got all kinds of problems. So, you sure you don't have an estimate?
I don't, although if that was the number that was given to you during that briefing, I'm aware of that briefing that you received, and I did get a readout from that briefing, so I am assuming that was accurate.
It's frightening if it's that high. It truly is. Okay, one of the first questions we got today was from the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, and he asked you, the 42 individuals that the Homeland Security has identified illegal migrants coming across the border who are on the terrorist watch list, he asked you a question, does ICE inform you as the head of the National Security Division about that information when they get it? And you indicated you didn't know. Is that right?
Well, I think his question was about CBP, not ICE. But it was about whether that information flowed to the National Security Division, and my response is that information, I would assume, if it's threat information, would go to the FBI, which is the investigative arm that would potentially have authority to investigate and prosecute.
By definition, it would be threat. I mean, they're on the terrorism watch list. So I mean, I think it would be going straight to you from ICE or Customs and Borders. I think it would go straight to you. I'm just concerned that you didn't know.
We're the lawyers that prosecute these cases, but we certainly do work hand in hand with the FBI. And if that information came to the FBI and there was a basis to open an investigation, we would be the lawyers that would be involved in working with the FBI and investigating and then ultimately prosecuting.
I understand what's supposed to happen. I'm asking, is it happening? And frankly, when you couple that with the response we got from Secretary Mayorkas that day when asking what's the status of these folks, he sat right where you sat and testified, and his answer was, I don't know. So he didn't know the status of those when he came in front of the Judiciary Committee, even though it had been widely reported in the press. And what you're saying is you don't know if it actually information gets to the National Security Division. I find that troubling. I would yield the remaining 2 minutes to my friend from Florida. If that's all right.
Did anyone at the National Security Division encourage L3 to purchase Pegasus?
So I'm not aware of anything about that matter. So I don't know.
Oh, you are, because people who work with you have come and briefed us on it. And I'm citing, of course, here the New York Times article. Defense firm said U.S. spies backed its bid for Pegasus spyware. So Pegasus is the most exquisite spying software in the world. It's zero-click. It can get at people's phones. It's been used to target politicians, journalists, dissidents in some places. And here you have L3 saying that they were encouraged to go buy it from the national security apparatus. It's very important, under oath, for you to tell me whether any of those people were at the National Security Division.
So, I'm sure you can appreciate I don't have any information about the public reporting. I'm aware of public reporting relating to that, but I don't have any other information.
No, but so what you're saying, is that a yes or is that a no? Because we're going to find out eventually.
I'm not going to comment any further.
Wait a second. Whether or not our own government used a private company as a cutout to go buy spying software that deprives people's rights. And what you're saying is, I'm not going to get a yes out of you, and I'm not going to get a no out of you because you're just not going to tell. You don't think the American people deserve to know that?
I'm not aware of the facts that you're asserting.
You know what Pegasus is.
I'm not aware of the facts that you're asserting.
You know what Pegasus is.
Yes, I definitely have heard of Pegasus.
Okay, so you should be able to tell me whether or not anyone who works at the National Security Division was out there trying to goose some private company to go buy it for you guys to use. Did you or did you not?
So I'm not aware of any facts that relate to your question.
I think you are.
Mr. Owen's time has expired.
Mr. Gates.
Recognized? Okay, nobody here?
I seek recognition.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
There is a secret workspace at the Perkins law firm that is maintained by the Department of Justice. Has any information flowed through that secret workspace to the National Security Division?
I'm not familiar with the premise of your question. In other words, I'm not familiar with the facts that you've asserted in your question.
So you're not aware of the workspace that the Department of Justice maintains at the Perkins law firm?
Correct.
And you can't tell me whether or not the National Security Division has ever received information that has flown through the law firm that is functionally the legal wing of the Democratic Party?
Correct.
And I just keep going back to the plausible deniability from the Biden family. And speaking of the Biden family, since our last conversation, Mr. Olson, a remarkable piece came out in Fox News entitled, "Joe Biden Met with at least 14 of Hunter's business associates while vice president." Now, I know that you're not going to answer any questions about Hunter Biden with the ongoing investigation answer that you've given me previously, but is Joe Biden compromised?
So I should be clear, I'm not going to comment on that question because I do not comment on any matter that may or may not be a matter of investigation. To the extent my comments previously were construed as confirming an investigation, that would be a mistake.
Well,
I'm neither confirming an investigation nor am I denying an investigation. I'm simply saying I am not commenting on any potential investigation.
Do you think the American people deserve to know whether or not the First Family is compromised?
We speak through our filings in court at the Justice Department. We do not make allegations without going to court.
That because yesterday you all spoke through some leaks, right? I mean, recently you had Lester Holt interviewing Attorney General Garland. and Lester Holt asked him a lot of questions about whether or not President Trump was being investigated for January 6th. And just like you, A.G. Garland was, repeating the premises of prosecutorial pathways. And then lo and behold, the same day, the Department of Justice didn't speak through any filings. They went and leaked to the Washington Post that they were investigating President Trump. So it seems like when it's the Biden family, you all are all buttoned up with all of your propriety about not talking about these things. But when it's a Republican, when it's President Trump, you all love to go have your authorized leaks. Here's my question to you. Are you aware of an authorized leak to the Washington Post the same day as A.G. Garland sat down with Lester Holt?
No.
And you think, as you sit here as the representative of the National Security Division before the House Judiciary Committee, that we aren't owed an answer as to whether or not the Biden family is compromised? You just don't think we deserve that?
We speak through our filings in court. That's part of the rule of law. It's designed to protect the rights of anyone who may be accused, and it's designed to protect the integrity of the investigation. It's a central pillar of the Justice Department.
It's one you violate all the time. I mean, even Mr. Horowitz, the Obama-appointed Inspector General, has given us report after report of where Department of Justice employees are off getting tickets to baseball games and fancy dinners with the reporters in exchange for giving them information. So can you at least acknowledge that you don't live up to that pillar with great precision?
We speak through what we say in court. We protect the integrity of our investigations.
You speak through what you say in court, what you say to the Washington
accused.
Post, what Jim Comey leaks to his professor buddy, what's kind of said between people at a baseball game where you guys are getting special treats and special treatment from the media. I mean, and so you see the political bias. We are living in a time where the American people have the lowest perception and belief in the integrity of the Justice Department since your inception. And it's not because we're asking tough questions, it's because you sit here and stonewall us and don't give us answers. I mean, just in this series of questions, you won't tell me whether or not our own government was out there trying to operate through a cutout to buy software that spies on Americans illegally and improperly. You won't tell me whether or not the legal wing of the Democratic Party was passing you information that was actually opposition research, then to be recategorized and repackaged as national security information. And you won't tell me whether the President of the United States is compromised when we know he's lying. I mean, like Joe Biden came out and said repeatedly that he never talked to Hunter Biden about business. And here you have 14 documented meetings. So are you guys ever going to investigate this, or is it just going to be what Mr. Thibault said, what Mr. Grassley said, and that is that you guys are basically political shills? I mean, look, this is what Mr. Grassley said. If these allegations are true and accurate, the Justice Department and FBI are and have been institutionally corrupted to their very core, to the point at which the United States Congress and the American people will have no confidence in the equal application of the law. Can't you see that's what your behavior is continuing to just metastasize?
So we don't conduct our investigations in public.
Yeah, you leak them. That's what you do.
And we take,
you leak them to try to smear people.
The gentleman's time has expired. You may answer the question.
We take care that the assertions we make about facts are based on facts and evidence and are not reckless and false.
Well,
that is the way.
This isn't false. This isn't reckless, and you're just choosing not to investigate it because it's the Bidens.
We take care to make sure that our assertions and we make in court are based on the facts and the truth. And in the pursuit of justice, that's our solemn obligation. And that's one that I'm
plausible deniability.
Plausible
deniability. That's just over and over. You and the Bidens.
Olson, please turn your mic.
Basing our investigations on the facts and the law in the pursuit of justice is our solemn obligation. It's one I take seriously, and it's one I have taken seriously for over 20 years. And I continue to oversee the National Security Division that we will continue to do that.
This concludes today's hearing. Mr. Olson, I thank you and your entire team of public servants for your faithful service to our country in the pursuit of the rule of law, in the pursuit of justice. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.